competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place. Time ticking, heart racing. Competition's on, I'm ready to pace. Feeling the adrenaline, it's running through my veins. I'm the puzzle king. No one can beat my games. Jigsaw puzzle is my obsession. It's true, I conquer them too. The thrill of the chase, satisfaction I see. I'll complete that puzzle in the blink of an eye. Puzzling is my game, you know I'm the master. Fitting all the pieces faster and faster. Competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place. Time ticking, heart racing. Gotta keep up the pace. Feeling the adrenaline, it's running through my veins. I'm the puzzle king. No one can beat my games. Jigsaw puzzle is my obsession. It's true, I conquer them too. The thrill of the chase, satisfaction I see. I'll complete the puzzle in the blink of an eye. Puzzling is my game, you know I'm the master. Fitting all the pieces faster and faster. Competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place. Time ticking, heart racing. Gotta keep up the pace. Feeling the adrenaline, it's running through my veins. I'm the puzzle king. No one can beat my games. Jigsaw puzzle is my obsession. It's true, I conquer them too. The thrill of the chase, satisfaction I see. I'll complete that puzzle in the blink of an eye. Puzzling is my game, you know I'm the master. Fitting all the pieces faster and faster. Competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place. Time ticking, heart racing. Gotta keep up the pace. Feeling the adrenaline, it's running through my veins. I'm the puzzle king. No one can beat my games. Jigsaw puzzle is my obsession. It's true, I conquer them too. The thrill of the chase, satisfaction I see. I'll complete the puzzle in the blink of an eye. Puzzling is my game, you know I'm the master. Fitting all the pieces faster and faster. Competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place. Time ticking, heart racing. Gotta keep up the pace. Feeling the adrenaline, it's running through my veins. I'm the puzzle king. No one can beat my games. Jigsaw puzzle is my obsession. It's true, I conquer them too. The thrill of the chase, satisfaction I see. I'll complete that puzzle in the blink of an eye. Puzzling is my game, you know I'm the master. Fitting all the pieces faster and faster. Competition's on, I'm ready to compete. I'll finish that puzzle right under your feet. Putting every piece in its perfect place.
All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's competition. Can I get away from all the participants, please? Lovely, great to see you all here. So we have a pairs mini marathon. So on your table, everyone should have 3 packages. In one of the packages, there are 2 puzzles. So there will be 4 puzzles in total. And I'm just gonna find Jim. Good morning, Jim.
I'm here. I'm here somewhere. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon, or whatever time it is. It's happy puzzle time, and so I'm sure everybody's excited for the mini marathon today.
Yeah, so the last time I saw you, we were commentating together was actually at Worlds. So that was, yeah, quite the experience. And yeah,
It
just
was it was a blast, and it was cool to see you as a human and not as a tiny face that's about 2 inches tall. So
yes, the funny thing was when I met Jim and Mari for the first time, Jim gave me a big hug and he said, "You have legs."
you never know. There was a non-zero chance.
Yes. No, that was all good fun. It's so many good memories. I've been listening to the live streams again, and yeah, just enjoying it from the spectator perspective, and yeah, quite entertaining, very informative, and yeah, I'm just loving all the guests. So thank you to all the people who joined us from, yeah, many of them who are actually participating today, and yeah, just realizing we interviewed a ton of people. I think I interviewed about 50 people, and you had more live streams than me. So I think you, yeah,
Just
just,
one or two, but you also did a lot of puzzling. So between the two of us, we did all the things and met just about everybody, which is really exciting. And I'm thrilled for all the time that people let us borrow for a little while on the streams and everywhere else. It was really cool.
yeah. And it's just great to have like so many more like faces now to the names. Like many people, we only saw their hands or we know their names, but we now to actually meet them, see that they're, living, breathing humans, and to actually watch some puzzling. So that was an absolute blast. So we do have some interesting rules today. So I'm just going to take a moment to recap those for everybody here. Yes, so just to confirm, you have 4 puzzles and you have so 2,000 pieces in total, and the time limit is 4 hours. So each puzzle, you can only do 1 puzzle at a time. So I did retract that rule. So I'm very sorry about that, that I just had a lack of judgment at some point, and yeah, I didn't really think that through. What's interesting is that yesterday there was actually a marathon in France, and they did actually allow that. They did actually allow multiple yeah, puzzles to be done at the same time. So I'll have to chat to Nate and Mug and see how that worked out. But yes, you can do 1 puzzle at a time, but you may pick which one you do. So when we unwrap together, you will have a minute or so to look at the 4 puzzles and decide maybe which one you want to start with, and in the order that you would like to do them. You start with 1 puzzle. When you have finished that puzzle, you write in this Google chat here the code word for the puzzle. So I will give you that as soon as we unwrap the puzzles, because some puzzles have quite funky names and it's quite a bit hard to remember. So each puzzle will just be remembered by 1 word, and then you write that in there. That means in case I don't have you already on screen, that I can pull you up, we can see your finish and see your transition as you start the next puzzle. If you want, you can also write that like maybe when you have like 15 pieces left, 15 or 20 pieces left. That way we actually get to see, like the last pieces going in. It might be if you do that straight after you've finished, that we only see a blank table. Yes. So ideally, when you realize that you've got like 15 or 20 pieces left, one of you can just write in there the code name. We'll bring you up and try and put you on screen. When you have finished your puzzle, it's up to you what you do with it. If you want to pack it away into the box, you can do that. 3 of the 4 are very well interconnected puzzles. You can just lift them off the table, place them on another table or on the floor if you want. 3 of them can handle it. 1 of them is very crumbly. So you may want to slide it off to the other side of the table or put it onto a puzzle board, but you need to have that puzzle finished before starting the next one. And yeah, you only click done on the timer website when you have done all 4 puzzles. So done means you've done all 4. And I see we have yeah, 87. Okay, a couple of people registered twice, so we've got about 84 pairs in the meeting at the moment. So it looks about that everyone has registered. If you haven't, go click the link in the original email and make sure that you can see a blue screen which says 4 hours and you can see your pairs' names in the registered list. Have I forgotten anything?
I think the component of having fun and a good time
Yes.
might be worth
Yes.
reminding people.
Have
It is required to have fun, believe it or not. That is in the rule set.
Okay, yes, it's part of the rules. You are to have fun. And the idea of putting multiple puzzles in there is we want people to get more out of the time. I mean, I know a lot of you are traveling to visit your pair, and hey, why do one puzzle when you can do 4? So we want everybody to kind of maximize their puzzling time and just and maximize that experience with their pair. So yes, so what I'll do now is you may unwrap your puzzles. And then I will also show the puzzles to everybody and tell everyone what the code name is.
Oh, I'm so excited.
And good morning to everyone on YouTube. Lots of the regulars are there tuning in from around the world. Yes, so take out those 4 puzzles.
Whoa.
Remove any plastic wrap, any plastic stickers.
Oh, we had a question from Katya and Kiara about taking a picture of the puzzle.
Yes, so that's the other thing, because there's so many of you, and there's, you know, some puzzles might be done in 20 to 30 minutes, other puzzles might take an hour depending on your speed and the difficulty level. There's going to be people finishing basically all the time, so I can't keep track of everyone. I will have 2 helpers in the meeting as well, but just for for 2 reasons. One, for proof that you did finish the puzzle, please take a timer, and if you are timing yourself, take a photo of your finished puzzle with a timer. That's basically a proof. So in case I do have, in case we don't see you, I can always just ask you and you can send me the photos later. And secondly, we all like nice photos on Instagram of the puzzles that we have done. So ideally it would be great if you had all 4 puzzles at the end and you can make like a nice complete photo of them together. But yes, taking a photo, writing the code name into the chat, and then you don't need to wait for go or anything like that. You just go ahead and start the next one, because I don't want anybody waiting for me. So let's have a look at the puzzles. Okay. The first one we are calling chicken. Chicken, that's a very easy one to remember. Then we have Cappy or capybara. So you see here, don't worry, be Cappy. So Cappy or capybara, that's the code word for that one. This one we're going to call triangle. Triangle. And then we have Japan. Japan. So I will write later the correct titles in the YouTube chat for people who want to have a look. But I will just confirm here.
And do you want to tell us the names on those?
Yes, I'll do that once we have started
once we
the
get
stream.
going. Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
so chat amongst yourselves which one you're going to do first.
Which one you're gonna do first? Which one you might do second? Which one do you want to bat cleanup on? Like,
and
where you're starting and where you're ending is also important here.
And remember, you get tired towards the end, so think about your pacing as you go along. All right, so we have everyone's got their puzzles. Let's get ready to do the countdown. The time limit is 4 hours. So remember, Cappy or capybara, Japan, chicken, and triangle. So let's do a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Puzzle, everybody.
Good luck, everybody. And we're off and on our way for the first Euro Jigsaw Jam mini marathon. So, for those just hopping in, the pairs all have 4 different puzzles that they get to do one at a time, and they're going to complete each of them. They're all 500-piece puzzles. Michelle, which ones do we got?
So the first one is a Schmidt puzzle. The code name for this is Japan, but the correct name of this one is Japanese tea ceremony. Oh, sorry, I've just lost my YouTube chat. Yes, Japanese tea ceremony from Schmidt.
That one looks a little busy. Like there's a lot of flowers all over that place. So if you didn't get enough flowers at some of the recent competitions, now's your chance to relive the joy.
Yep, so cherry blossoms, lanterns, kimonos, some waves at the bottom of the image, and like a red bridge flowing through it. With right in the middle, you have, making some tea, and there's lots of cats around. I really enjoyed this puzzle. So, quite a fun one. Then we're calling this one Triangle. This one is, a more challenging one. So the actual name is Hypnosa. So I think that's French for hypnosis. So, some pairs might be hypnotized by the end of this one. So just basically geometric shapes, lots of triangles and lines.
That one looks really difficult with all the duplication of colors and locations. But I think there's a couple of ways that pairs can approach it to get an edge.
Mm-hmm. Then we have from Cherry Pazzi, we have Don't Worry, Be Cappy, with a capybara wearing a cap. A bit of graffiti on the background, and nice big sun. Well, it could be a sun or a peach, and an orange hoodie, which is kind of fun. So that was actually really fun. Then we have the chickens. Also from Cherry Pazzi, the name is High Society. So
High Society.
Nice pearls and feathers. Lots of little decorations there. So that was also a really fun one. So let's see how our players getting on.
They're going to town, and I will say we have some heavy hitters in the crowd this go around. So it's really exciting on that front. It's also exciting just to see everybody give a swing at this, because the different puzzles are going to be really, really fascinating to see the choices
here. So we have a few people using double devices, I guess, so that one device is filming, and that the other device they can use to write in the chat. So that's fair enough. So I'm just going to add 6 people to the screen, and then we can check out how people are going. So somebody is writing in the Japanese tea ceremony Schmidt. Hypnosa is from Hachette. Don't Worry, Be Cappy is Cherry Pazzi, and the other one is High Society from Cherry Pazzi.
Thanks, Nikita.
Thank you. Okay, so with us today we have Aaron and Sophie from the UK. Oh, and they're going for Hypnosa first. So the triangle one, you can see it's a full-on colourful spread there. And then we have Alexandra. So pairs is always a bit tricky for me to find the people in the list, because it could be under Alexandra or it could be under the other pair's name. So I do have to use my search function. But here we have Alexandra and Agata from Poland, and it looks like they're going for the capybara. Then we have Anna S and Moisia. If I remember correctly, I remember that Anna came by and gave us a piece of paper telling us how to say her friend's name. That was some weeks ago. I think it's Moisia. And they're going for the chickens. So we're seeing quite an interesting spread here. So it's a bit like teams competitions where, everyone's doing something different, and that really makes a difference to the finishing times, to how they are going. Then we also have Anna Ara and Maya from Finland, Arkadius and Mariusz from Poland. I got a bit of a a surprise there because I saw trefoil. I'm thinking, what? There's no trefoil in this competition, but they're actually using a trefoil puzzle box holder, and they have a really giant table, so they've really got space to spread out. And then we also have Agelin and Franco from Argentina. And based on the colors, I think
looks
it's
like
the
chicken.
capybara. There's like a
Oh,
sun.
Cappy.
Yeah, Agelin is doing like
Okay.
this orange sun or peach orange thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. This is wild, and my brain is already melting trying to keep track of who's doing what right now. This is really fascinating. Um, so somebody was asking what order to put things in. I think if it's a mini marathon and I'm with a pairs partner that I know pretty well and get along with, I might start with one of the more difficult puzzles. That way we can kind of accelerate in on the back half when we get tired, and can kind of hit the faster ones, as sort of an optimistic boost on the later end. Now, does that necessarily mean it's right or wrong? I honestly don't know. There's so many different routes to this because with Worlds, I was talking with a few teams, and they're figuring out which puzzle they were going to do first in the thousands, and a lot of them said do the easy one first, so that way you get as many pieces in as you can before the cutoff time. So some of the pairs may not be sure if they can hit the 2 hour time limit,
Four
or
hours.
the 4 hour time limit, right? They're not sure if they can hit that limit, so they may start with an easier one just to get more pieces in early on. So this is really, really wild to see how people are going.
Yeah, so when I was thinking about this, I would put a harder one towards the front. I would probably
Hmm.
do an easy one first because I'm assuming most people have not, I mean, considering it's 10 in the morning, most pairs may have just arrived and haven't really had time to do a practice puzzle. So maybe just do like a warm up puzzle, get into it, find your flow again, then maybe hit the harder one, and then have some faster ones to really accelerate towards the end. When it was my team at the Worlds, our philosophy was do the harder one first and then have the easier second. We although in the final we did misjudge which one was the harder one, so that's part of the game, you could say.
Well, and it's different here because in a lot of marathons, the order is prescribed to you, like which puzzle you do first, second, third, that sort of thing. That's predetermined. Here, everybody is getting to choose their order on their own, so it adds this extra layer of strategy on top of the puzzling people are already doing. And we're coming up on the 8 minute line, and you can see several puzzle like borders and a lot of islands are getting built on various puzzles.
Yeah, and I think that's very important to remember is with one of the reasons why I did let people decide the order is that we have very different people participating in pairs. We have, like some super pairs. These are pairs that train together, that go to nationals and worlds together. We also have people, jumping in with family members and friends doing it for the first time. And I think for the faster pairs, it's a bit more strategic is how they do the order, and they're definitely going to tackle, they're definitely, the goal is to finish all four and to get a good time, whereas other pairs, they just want to finish as many pieces, and it's may not be realistic to finish all four puzzles, in which case they can pick the three that they think they have the best chances of finishing on. So on screen right now we have Beth and Gemma from the UK, Bibi and Anna from Denmark, Birgit and Nadia from Germany and Indonesia, Carolyn and Bettina from Germany, Chiara from Italy, with Kati from Germany. Making amazing progress, by the way. It's only 9 minutes. I am super impressed. And we also have Chloe and Sky. Just gonna check where they are from.
Chloe and Sky are from the U.S.
Oh, yes. Okay, so
Yes. Yeah, there's a couple of U.S. pairs in this thing. For those of you playing at home, it is either 4, 3, or 5 a.m. wherever they are right now. Maybe even midnight on the nose. So some of the U.S. competitors are burning the midnight oil here, and you can see that Chloe and Sky are doing a great job. They already have the full border of the capybara puzzle built out and several large islands. They are flying right now, and I think that's a really good choice for Odark 30 in the morning. You can see them kind of giggling. I hope they're not listening to me pick on them too hard, but I'm not even picking. They're just doing amazing right now. You can see that Kiara and Kati next to them in the middle bottom row there. They went for the triangles puzzle early on, so it's going to be really difficult to determine who's ahead, who's behind. Where it's right now, but it's really fun to just see the strategies. You can see that Kiara and Kati, they're building out the border, but they're also doing some outside building. I think they're picking up some really distinct colors in that triangle, in that triangle puzzle that are like the dark greens or some really bright blues, and they're using that to make anchors that they're going to be able to work from outside of it. You see Beth and Gemma in the upper left-hand corner. They almost have that full border built out. I'm not sure which puzzle that is. Is that
That's the Cappy.
That's the Cappy. Okay.
That was just the orange hoodie that was being slid into place.
Thank you for the sanity check. They're doing well. It looks like getting that full border in. For those of you playing at home, we love the phrase. A full border on a 500-piece puzzle is about 86 pieces. So they are already somewhere between 17% of the puzzle done and wrapped up, and they even have a little bit more built in there. So they're flying right now. It looks like Bridget and Nadia went for the tea house. And you can see that they're doing a little bit of island building, and I think some pick and place. You can see them taking a piece, double checking where it's supposed to exist, and then building it from there. And I think they're both doing their own little island sets. And I really like Kiara and Kati. They have that build field really clean right now, and they're just airdropping in sections as they get them built. Really well done. And Caroline and Benita doing a great job. kind of a fun angle, but they are cruising right now. We're coming up on the 12-minute line, and everybody is off to a really good pace already.
Oh yes, I think everyone is doing fantastic. I mean, it's we're at 12 minutes, and we're just seeing borders are being completed. We're seeing some big chunky suns there, and wow, we're doing also can see some really great sorting up front. So yeah, everyone's off to a really good start. And and a shout out to the Americans who are joining us. As you say, that's some very very awkward hours in the morning for them to be puzzling, but happy for their dedication.
Dedication or insanity, either one. It's exciting to see it.
Yeah, so we also have with us Kristen and I think it's Alexandra. Oh, we have so many pairs I need to... it's always a bit tricky to find out where people are in the list. Kristen and Alexander from Germany. Then we have Christina and Nina from Denmark. Daniela and Hans from Germany. Daniela and Stefan from the Netherlands. Alina and Mina from Finland. And Aliska and Eva from Czech Republic.
Oh wow. And you can see there's several there's a few cappies going. There's a chicken high life on the move. Daniela and Stefan in the lower left hand corner there, they're doing a huge sort up front. And this is the thing with big sorts. It looks like there's not a lot going on, and then all of a sudden you can zipper through. And so the hope is that the early time involved there is a investment in success a little bit later on. So it really depends on how accurate that sort is, and it looks really, really tight. So I'm excited for them.
Yeah, so Gaza says in the chat, he's done the Cappy puzzle. So behind there's kind of a red sun-like logo or graffiti behind the Cherry Pazzi logo. So Cherry Pazzi does have logos on top of the actual image, and that's actually hiding part of it, because I remember I found some pieces with like red, yellow and blue on them, and I was like, where does this go? Is this part of the background? Is it part of the orange peach looking thing? It's actually behind the logo, but we can see that on the bottom right-hand corner, Aliska, she's already got that sun, that red, yellow, blue sun already filled out in the top corner.
Oh yeah, and that's you know, that big yellow sun. It sticks out so well on the pieces that it's a great early grab. It looks like it might be a little big, so some pairs may end up having a little bit extra there. But if it works out, it works out, and they're going to town right now. I also want to say, if you're in the chat, keep letting us know what your thoughts are, what you're thinking about, what you're noticing, because it's going to be a long ride, and we're all in this together right now. What are you excited to see? What do you think the fastest pairs time overall is going to be, and what do you think some of the like top individual puzzle times are going to be? Like, what do you think is going to be the fastest puzzle overall?
So on screen right now, we have Esther and Anarus from Netherlands. Then we have Eva and Joanma from Spain, Freya and Idun from Sweden, Brugi and from Hungary, and Steffi from Germany. Anna and I think that's Rosa from Finland. Yes, Hannah and Rosa from Finland, and then we have Henrietta and Christina from Denmark.
Got a little wave from Eva there in the middle, and as the names come through, you can see a lot of these borders are coming through. It looks like Frugi in the lower left-hand corner, they have that full border. They have the sun of the copy belt, and it looks like a big chunk of that hoodie is also built in. And I like the choice of making also branching out and doing some of those blues as well. Really, really good play. I think Hannah L decided to go with the tea house early on. You can see that they have done a huge chunk of that middle and a lot of the border, but now they have a lot of that flower area that's off to both sides that they're going to have to work in, sandwiching from that middle towards the border and coming back in. Really, really, really cool stuff. Henrietta and Christina, they have copy. You can see that they're doing both a border build and they're doing some building outside of it. We sometimes call it snowballing. I heard that term from a U.S. player. Snowballing, where you make little islands outside and you kind of build and build and build, and then you drop it inside of the puzzle. And you can see in the upper right hand corner, Freya doing a great job. They have that full border. I'm always curious if the puzzlers do the puzzle in the landscape orientation, or if they flip it into portrait as they're puzzling. And especially in pairs, it gets a little more complicated because you have both people need access to the whole space. So how do you set it up so both people can see the image in a way that works for them, but also keeps the ball rolling a little bit? Really exciting. Yeah, we had a question in the chat there, Michelle. What is your favorite puzzle from all of these puzzles?
Oh, from the image itself, I really like the chicken. The chickens, they were just so much fun. I think the fastest though for me though was, oh, it's also the chickens. Chickens was also fastest for me.
Would you say it's a chicken run on that one?
Well, this is real puzzle chicken here.
This is the true puzzle chicken.
I think James should organize a puzzle chicken using this chicken puzzle. That would be really fun. Not so that many people will have it. So on screen right now we have Inga S and Katrina from Lithuania. We also have Inka and Nora from Finland, Irma and Raphael from Switzerland, Arena and Andrea from Canada and United States, Isa and Jenny from the Netherlands, and Jana and Marcella from Slovakia.
And just look at the progress that Irina and Andrea have made here. Irina is the reigning speed run champ on the U.S. Rainbow Cats, and Andrea Pang, one of the legends in speed puzzling right now, has developed so many other puzzlers, and you'd say they're just flying right now. They may be the first finishers for the for any of these puzzles right now, and they're coming in on that chicken puzzle. There's only, I think it's maybe 75 pieces total remaining for the fill in there, and they are doing a lot of dead reckoning. They've got that full border in, and now they're almost at the point where they can use a lot of shape work to finish that out. And for a cherry posy puzzle, that goes a long way. You can see in the upper left-hand corner there, that's Inga and their partner. Did they? It looks like they chose the triangle. Yes. So we're going to see some speed ups and slowdowns where some people pick the harder puzzle early, and then hopefully they'll make some catch up time down the line. But you can see that in the middle, in the upper middle, I can't quite see the name, but they are putting some mustard on this puzzle. They have that full outline done, and then they're working their way in towards the middle of the copy. So rather than getting some of those big islands, they're kind of sunbursting inwards, which is really, really cool to see. That upper right hand corner, I believe it is sorry, getting a little closer. Yeah, Irma, yeah, they have that tea house, and they have that full border. They have a couple of islands built in, really, really great. And then Issa and Yana, they seem, I think Issa's slightly ahead of Yana's pair right now, just by having that hoodie in. But right now, Irina and Andrea are coming in screaming to the end of to this chicken puzzle. I wonder if they're going to be able to keep this under the 23-minute line. I know that both of them have a really fast acceleration once they get to just the shape work stage.
Yeah, since they are just flying, I'm going to leave them on the screen, and that might be our first finish coming up in the next few minutes. But let's move on. We also have, let me just add one more. We also have Janine, and she is with, it looks like Francisca. Just lost my place for a moment. But yeah, Francisca did amazing. Yes, it is Francisca, amazing at the Worlds. She was also on the podium for the juniors. We have Yata and Iona. They're from Finland. Then we have Jenny and Maya from Finland. Then we have Jenny and Eva from Germany. And in the bottom right hand corner, we have Jessica and Mia from United States.
Absolutely amazing, seeing so much progress in such a little amount of time. You know, anytime you have a pair that gets a puzzle done in under 25 minutes, you know that they're really, really screaming fast. And these are not super easy puzzles. I think some of them might be a little bit more straightforward than others, but they are flying right now. You can see Andrea and Irina are coming into like the last 10 pieces of that chicken puzzle. Nikita in the chat was saying that Andrea is her actual hero. So Andrea, I hope you have your cape and your mask ready, because you're a superhero to some folks out here.
So I've just put Lenka and Maria on screen. They are flying into the close. This might be our first finish for Cappy.
Oh!
Last 10 pieces, or can they? But then Irina and Andrea.
Who's gonna get the first puzzle finished here in the mini marathon? Is it going to be Lenka, Maria, or is it going to be Irina and Andrea? They're coming into the last, I want to say 10 pieces each. Lenka and Marina, they both have all their pieces in that lower left-hand corner of the Cappy. They are brute forcing that really quickly. Irina and Andrea coming in on the last 5. It's a little more split, but I think Lenka and Maria have the capybara done. They are first at 23:40, and just behind them is Irina and Andrea flying in. This is amazing puzzling here.
And I think what's really smart, it looks like Lenka and Maria, they already had the word Cappy written in the chat, because Lenka just hopped up, clicked enter, and bam, it was in there. So that might be a something to consider, is to already write the name of the puzzle in there and have that ready to go. But that was both really fast transitions. Really love to see that. So I'm going to take Irina off the screen and Lenka, since it will be a while before the next finish, and let's see who else is coming in. So I had to just drop a couple of people off, but now we can get back. So yes, we also have on yeah, but looking really good here. I mean, we can see that Jenny and Maya Jenny and Eva and Janine and Francisca also doing a fantastic job on the capybara. Really solid sections there. Most of the cappy and the orange is done. So looking really good there. So let's see who else we have. But yeah, that was very exciting. Yeah, that was just, what was that, about 23, 24
About
minutes?
just under just around the 24-minute line, maybe a little under, a little over, somewhere in there. But that's really phenomenal puzzling. And I like to point out that a lot of the US players don't see a lot of cherry posy, so these are strange brands for a lot of folks. Were strange for them, and so getting used to it is really impressive in real time as well.
Oh, and I'm sorry, getting some hints that some other people are about to finish.
Oh, wow.
But yes, it's going to be all over the show today. So here we have it. So it's going to be introductions, and we'll probably have about 20 finishes before I even finish the introductions, but that's how it goes today. So we have Jessica and Kristen from Sweden. Oh, Hannah. So Olivia. Okay, let me just... as I say, people are going to be finishing all over the show.
Olivia, yeah, they finished theirs, and they are moving on to the high life, to the chicken puzzle.
Yes, so
wow.
So Hannah and Rosa were doing the Japan puzzle, have finished that onto the chickens. There we also have Lena and Maya have finished the Cappy puzzle. We have Karen and Verena have finished the Cappy puzzle as well. Go, go, go. Looking fantastic. So I'm glad we got those finishes on.
Good job, Lena.
Way.
You need to go for the next puzzle.
No, go. You just finish. You just go.
You just go. We believe you.
Yeah, you don't need to wait for us, because we might not. At some point, there's going to be like 20 finishes all at the same time, and I won't have it. But you take your photo, and that's your evidence. And if we can, we'll put you on the screen. So right now we have Jessica and Kristen from Sweden. And Julia, but I can't find Julia in the list. Julia and Jacqueline from Germany. There we have Hannah and Rosa and Olivia and her pair. Oh, hang on, who's Olivia with?
It looks like Chloe and Sky are getting ready to finish up copy here in about five pieces or so.
Yeah,
they may not be on screen, folks. The support team is doing everything they can. When the pairs are this fast and doing this many different puzzles, it is wacky to try to keep up. But they are doing a great job. I'm impressed at just the level of progress that we're seeing on everything. This is wild.
Yeah, and it must be so satisfying to finish a puzzle in 27 minutes. I mean, that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So here comes the final pieces for Menika and her pair in the bottom right-hand corner. That's her sister Delia. Chloe and Sky getting started on the chickens.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what the choices are for the second puzzle, because a lot of pairs, they started off with what they feel is the easier one. What is the second? Are you going to try to go for kind of an oscillating of use a really quick one and then splice it up with one of the ones that are a little tougher? Or are you going to keep it going a little easier for you and your pair and then accelerate into the second, into the, or deal with the speed bumps as they come along in the second half? Really exciting to see what all's happening here.
Yeah, so we also have Micah and Nadia from Germany, but it looks like the screen has frozen. Okay, there we go. It's a bit choppy, but yeah, it's back on track. Yeah, and so Chloe and Sky did a great transition. Menika and Delia have just finished, and we just saw Fruji and Steffi pack theirs away, and they are on to the chickens. So looking really good there.
Yeah. And we talk about transitions a lot. In this particular case, how you get rid of one puzzle and start the next one is really important, because if the places are being decided by just a few seconds here or there, that can make a huge difference down the line. So just having a plan, you can see Miniki and her partner, they did a little bit of a fold and roll, got it back in the box, and then they're going to move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Some of the pairs are just rolling and doing a quick trifold and getting out of the way.
So I want to remind everyone, Cherry, Pazzi, and Schmidt are really hard to break up fast. So the best way to get them off the table, do a puzzle pickup. Yeah, put it on the floor,
Just-
put it on a table, toss it to the other side of the room. It doesn't matter. It will stay together. But
Just eat it.
don't bother like trying to fold it and crumble it. They're too interconnected. Okay, so somewhere I will find myself in the alphabet. But here's Janine and Francie finishing up the cappy. Here we go.
Well done. Yeah, I think in this particular case, if there's not a requirement that it needs to go back in the box, just either do the slide and hide or the puzzle toss. Just pick it up, throw it over into a wall somewhere, and deal with it a little later. But everybody is flying right now. We're just we're only 30 minutes and 30 seconds into this competition, and we've already had so many finishers on the first puzzle. And you have to wonder, is that if people are listening to the live stream, is that intimidating, knowing that other people picked a faster puzzle, and then you need to catch up to it a little bit? Or is it a little worrying, knowing that you might be ahead right now, but having that looming really tough triangle puzzle down the line that you have to deal with? And Arcadius finishes the chicken puzzle. Congratulations. And so, Yana, this is going to be absolutely wild. Folks in the chat, what do you think? What do you think is going to be the like top first time? Seeing as how some of these pairs are really experienced, I think that we could see. I think it's likely that we could see something under 2 hours. I'm pretty convinced that we're going to be able to do that, because if each puzzle takes maybe about 25 minutes or so, pushing 30 for some of these pairs, I think we can see something under 2.
So I'm going to abandon doing introductions by alphabetical order, and I'm just going to show people as they finish. Because it's obviously not working, and we have people flying in here. So we're going to see some more finishes and transitions. So I think that's how we'll keep track of everybody.
Good job for Kirsten and her partner. Moving on to the next. Arcadius, we saw them. Ulia getting ready to come into the close of that chicken puzzle.
Kirsten, did you want to stop your timer? Just keep in mind, if you are trying to keep your times of each individual puzzle, you have to start that when you start your new puzzle as well.
And
Yes.
Freya finishes Cappy as well.
And here comes Susanna and Vroni on the bottom right from Germany. They're onto the chicken puzzle.
Oh, and you can see in the lower right, I think that's Natasha and Lisa. They decided to do the triangle puzzle as their second foe in this mini marathon. They're going from something a little straightforward to probably the most difficult puzzle, trying to get this one out of the way early. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so on the bottom left, we have Natasha and Lisa going for the more challenging puzzle. So yeah, so it looks like they went for an easy puzzle to kind of get into the flow, get their hands warmed up, and now they're heading into the harder one. I'm very curious to know how Kati and Kiara are going, since
they're doing really well. They're probably about I want to say about 100 pieces out at this point, maybe a little less, closer to 75. But they have made some excellent progress. Yeah.
So would you like to know I haven't done these as pairs. I've only done these as individual times. I would people love in the chat, right? Guess in the chat what my solo time for triangle was. That will be a bit funny.
You can see in the lower right hand corner there, Kiara and Katsi doing that triangle puzzle as we cross the 34-minute line. And another Cappy finish. Congratulations, Jenny. You can see in the upper middle there, Anna and their partner, they've started their next puzzle and they're going to town. I think they've picked Capybara, and I don't see a lot of border. Oh, okay, there's some border sorting going on, but they're also making a big pull for that for the capybara yellow hoodie, which is great. Jenny and their pair going to town on the chicken puzzle now, trying to get that flip. I think one of the things that's really difficult during this marathon is just keeping your physical speed rolling. Um, because as you transition to that next puzzle, you always want to get that entire thing flipped and sorted and ready to roll like right around the 2 minute line, maybe a little under if for pairs. And so being able to keep that pace during this whole marathon has got to be really, really tricky. So we had a couple of people guess 54 minutes, maybe 52. Michelle, do you know what you had?
For a solo time, if well, let's say the time that Kiara and Kati are doing is not realistic for the average person.
Not for the average bear. And Issa and their partner coming into the final few pieces, and they lock it up. Congratulations. This is wild, extreme puzzling right now. There's going to be a little bit of touch and go lag uh, as we see some of the exchanges going on. Not Nia and Justine just finished theirs. They did a quick fold, tossed it off to the side. They're typing in the thing that they're gonna do next. They're gonna start in on triangles. Let's go. Jody Parker in the chat was asking, how would I approach the triangle puzzle? I think that the best way to do it is sort of taking the approach that Kiara and Kati did, which is to really figure out what some of the lowest density color options are, pulling those early and creating those anchor points, and then branching out outside of it. It looks like I'm gonna take a closer look at it here myself real quick. It looks like there's not a ton of like strong purple lines throughout that whole thing. There's lots of little tiny dark purple triangles, but there's not a lot of straight purple lines. So if you get those ones in, that can give you a good anchors to work with, along with maybe the really dark purple lines or even the green lines inside of there. So I would pick a strong color like that and try to get as much of it as possible and create those anchor lines. And maybe if one pair partner really wanted to chug through the border, could work on that. Part of it depends, how familiar are you with the Hachette puzzles? Because if you've never seen that before, the border might feel really, really difficult. But if you're up to date on it, you're pretty okay. It is going to take a lot of either dead reckoning or really going color by color in order to build that one in, I think. But that is tricky as heck.
Yeah, so yeah, I think so. How I approached the triangle puzzle was, yeah, just basically trying to do a process of elimination, just picking one color and trying to do everything of that color, and before moving on to the next one. But it's a very tricky one. So I'm really impressed that Kati and Kiara did that. What, around 35 minutes? That is absolutely incredible.
Close to 37, I think. Or yeah, 37 and a bit, close to 38, somewhere in there. They're absolutely cruising right now. You can see Lynn and Rune in the lower right-hand corner there. They've done a shape sort to try to finish up that tea house puzzle, the Japan puzzle. And Alexandria and their partner get the copy done, and they're working hard and getting the next one going. They're taking a quick picture, but they are flying right now. And me and Taru getting ready to finish the chicken. And SJ finishes the Japan puzzle. Congratulations, SJ. And they're starting in on their next tactic. And this has got to be so tricky. I think that's one of the first Japan puzzles that we've seen finish here around the 39-minute line. There's so many different tactics going on, so many different pairs. One of the things that I really like to notice and think about is where does the pair decide to put the pieces that they're going to be working with? Are they going to make it where the pile is easily accessible to both pairs partner? Is the case that one person is going to be doing a little more feeding and sorting? How are they going to roll about this? Julia and their partner with a with a quick stuff into the box. They don't need to put it away. They just got to get it off the table and then start working on the next one. A quick smash, and that Japan puzzle is gone and away, and they can start working on the next one. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah, so it's hard to keep track of here, but I'm glad that yeah, we've already had a ton of at 40 minutes we've had a ton of people finish their first puzzle. So that is, yeah, really positive to see. And it looks like Paulina may have finished a second puzzle. That's a second, or is there two? No, there is two Paulinas in there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to keep track too. You can see that Jessica Henderson and their partner, they're getting ready to finish up the capybara here as we cross the 40-minute and almost the 41-minute line. They're cruising. You can see that early morning sunlight coming in, or at least a very bright light hitting that table, giving us a little bit of glare, but for them, it probably looks excellent because of that angle. Really, really smart use of lighting there, which is great. Yeah, Paulina's starting a new one, and Beth and Gemma in the upper left-hand corner getting really, really good progress done on that capybara puzzle. They're into that tricky left-hand corner there that has all of that black and little bit of blue in the graffiti background. So they may have to do a little bit of land and expand, you know, do some the sunbursting, get a piece in, and then expand around that a little bit. But you can see that they're doing extra sorting where there's darker pieces on the right hand side or further away from the camera, and then closer to us are some lighter pieces, and they're using that to make distinctions to keep building.
Yeah, I can see. I just put Vesna and Herb here. There from Finland, and that's Vesna and Mari. It looks like they're at the library that Vesna works at. They have a really nice table and good lighting there. Looks very, yeah, it looks very cozy to have a library to yourself on a Sunday morning.
and hopefully they get done before any of the patrons start coming in. But I think that might be an incentive to go a little faster, which is great. Come on, Lynn and Rune, you can do it. Finish strong. There's only about 10 pieces remaining. We know you can do it. Let's keep it under the 43-minute line. I believe. And it's always tricky. You see that Rune's getting ready to take the picture. You know, sometimes having the extra hands in there can make it a little tricky, but they're going to get those last couple in, and they call it congratulations. Let's see the transition. They just slide it off to the side. They hit a timer, and they're going to going, what's going to be their next choice? And they're going for Cappy. So they go from the Schmidt puzzle in Japan onto the Cherry Pazzi Capybara. Very well done.
No, it looks like everyone's having a great time here, and yeah, so there's actually a proper marathon in Belgium today. That's about, I think it's a 10-hour marathon, and yeah, we're just getting news recently that there was a 6-hour marathon in Finland. There's several marathons going on in Belgium and Germany in the coming months. So yeah, and next weekend is the 24-hour marathon. So we're really excited to see this type of puzzling becoming more common, that you don't just turn up for one puzzle and then it's over, but you get to really work together as a pair or as a team and really enjoy that time puzzling together. So actually we did have a theme for today's competition, which was
congratulations, Christine, on finishing the chicken.
Yeah, let me find Christine. So we asked our participants about hobby marathons, like what else could you do for 4 hours? So we had some very nice answers there, and it sounds like there's a lot of crafty people. Well, we knew that already. We know we have a lot of crafty people amongst our puzzlers. We might read out some of the. I mean, there's too much action at the moment, but we'll get to them a bit later on. The theme of the day And obviously, you and I can enjoy commentating for stretches of 4 hours or more.
Oh, I mean, it's certainly it's an absolute blast. You can see in the lower left-hand corner there, Bridget and Nadia getting ready to come into the final stages of the Japan puzzle, I think it is. They have a little bit of a support team there rooting them on in the background, cheering them on. Beth and Gemma coming in on the end of the capybara. Ramona doing the chicken. There's so many people closing in here for these pairs. Coming in on the 45-minute line. Are they going to be able to keep it under the 50 minutes for some of these tricky ones? Let's find out. Vesna, I think that their partner has the last 5 pieces remaining. This is cutting it real close. And yes, if there's a little bit of a lag, apologies for that. Our meat can only show so many things at the same time, so we're all kind of flying as quickly as we can. I do want to make a quick point out that Andrea and Irina are maybe about 110, maybe less, maybe about 80 pieces away from finishing the capybara puzzle. So they are flying right now. And Ramona finishes chicken, and Beth and Gemma finish Cappy right around the same time. Bridget and Nani on Japan, Vesna with Cappy. So like 4 pairs finish all within about 5 seconds of each other on various puzzles. Very well done. Congrats, Vesna. We are cheering for you. Go back to the table. Get back to the table. Go. You got important things to do. Oh, this is really impressive. And so now you have this moment between puzzles to hit the reset button with yourself, with your partner, and go, okay, let's do this again, but a little faster. You can see in the lower right-hand corner, that's Quinta and I think Kyra getting ready to finish up that triangle puzzle. Really, really flying on that. That is not an easy thing to approach.
Yeah, I think Quinta and Kira are doing fantastic. They've really tackled this one up front, and everything else is going to feel so easy in comparison to triangles. So that's also like part of the motivation, is that when you've got the hard one out of the way, you can really everything is just going to feel so much faster after slogging through that. But they've made some amazing progress. You can see some really big squares are completely done, and just some gaps around. So I wonder if they're going to resort to shape sorting at some point, or just continue to go by color.
Yeah, I've seen some pairs, they instead of doing a all out shape sort, they'll drift into it, where you try a piece a couple of times and then you go, okay, I'm not sure where this goes, let me line it up. So you kind of move into that shape sort as you go. And there's pros and cons to every strategy that you can come up with. But in the end, you're always hoping that you're making the investment on good time. Natalia, their pair finishes the Japan, and they are cruising right now. But Irina and Andrea are coming in on the last. I want to say about 25 pieces or so. We're just about to cross the 48-minute line. Are they going to be able to do both of these cherry posy puzzles under the 50-minute line, about 25 minutes each? I think they're going to be able to pull it off. I always like seeing Andrea's handwork, because her fingers have been getting faster and faster. Some people may not know this. She had to have a wrist surgery not too long ago, and so she's bouncing back from an injury and is still this fast, which is just absolutely amazing. And Irina is cruising right there with her. It's hard to find people that are at that speed that can hang with each other at pace. It's really impressive.
Yeah, so we just saw Kristen and Alexandra. They had forgot to slice the stickers. So they had to wait a few moments, grab some scissors, and then slice that. So I guess when they saw the puzzles, they were too busy chatting about which ones they would do, that they did forget that the Schmidt does have some stickers on there. And we just saw Sabina and her pair finish up. So that was Sabina and Elisa from Denmark. Chicken is done. And we can also see that Irina and Andrea and Lenka and Maria are also they're both neck and
just
neck
at
again.
The 49-minute line for the Cappy, and Andrea just picks it, drops it, and immediately starts in on the Japan tea houses puzzle. They are cruising right now. Yeah, that's the kind of puzzling that I get excited about, when you can tell that they are just bruising through it and they are excited to start the next one. They didn't hit that slog point of, okay, we got one more. They are attacking that next puzzle line. It's really, really fantastic. And Lenka and Hannah finished their chicken puzzles and they're off to the races. Oh man, there's so many things going on, and I'm just amazed how many people wanted to do a marathon with their pair back to back to back. This is real weightlifting across all the puzzling world right now.
Yeah, and I think what's going to, we saw at the beginning, it was Andrea and Arena in the first finish, but Lenka and Maria got there just seconds before. This time it was switched. I think it's because the chicken puzzle is a bit faster. So this time Andrea and Arena were slightly faster than Lenka and Maria. I think what's going to be interesting is which puzzle they choose next. To see how that goes out. But we can see in the top right, it says Veroni, but I think that is Anami. Oh yeah, it must be Anami and Veroni from Switzerland, yeah, and they are coming up to the close on that really tricky triangle puzzle, so they are doing fantastic.
Oh, realized I have my I had my mic off. Apologies. Yeah, that triangle puzzle has got to be disorienting, but once it's done, it's done, and then you don't even have to worry about it. There's not going to be that cloud in the back of your head going, oh man, we're gonna have to deal with this down the line. It's also possible that some pairs think that might be an easier puzzle for them and their style of going about things, which would be really impressive, right? Even though it's a harder puzzle, if it fits the way that you and your pair operate, then that's the way to go, which is really cool. But Baroni is flying right now, and it seems like Alan finished the Cappy puzzle as well. Yeah, it looks like there we go. Veroni hits the button. They do a quick fold. It's off the table, and they are getting ready to start the next one. What are they going to pick? And it is the drum roll. I think it's the tea house. I don't know. What is it going to be? I can't quite see it, but they're getting into that flip right away. That I always like it whenever there's that like quick high five between rounds, or other ways of keeping you and your pair, excited and rolling. This is, we talk about it all the time that once you hit like that 35 minute line, that fatigue starts setting in. Whenever you have a pair buddy, you can delay that a little bit, but it's still going to start hitting. So how do you keep both yourself and your pair partner excited and on task this whole time? And a lot of times it's communication. Sometimes it's just the success of getting the puzzle done. We could see Lena and their partner getting ready to close out the rest of that the rest of that Japanese tea house. They have maybe about 10 pieces remaining or so. They're going to get those in very, very quickly, and then they're going to jump on to the next one. It looks like Henrietta and their partner getting ready to wrap up that lower left-hand side of the capybara.
Yep.
There we go. Lena and their partner get the tea house done. How are they what's the transition gonna look like?
Oh, they're placing a board on top. Nice.
Oh, good play. Good
and
play.
Going into the triangle one. Yeah, Lena and Maya are such a great pair. They've participated multiple times, and they're just both really strong puzzlers.
It looks like Sana and their partner just toss the capybara off to the side, and they're going to start in on the chickens.
Yeah, and we can see that Lena and Maya are using this transparent board, and I know that kind of confused us a bit during the teams round. They had that, so I'm going to be interested to see how they use that. But yeah, trying to flip onto the transparent board. I guess it's just easier to move things around. Yeah, interesting. We'll see how that plays out later in the piece. But we're going to see the last pieces from Menika and Delia for Cappy. Yeah, and
Come on, get those last ones in.
we're coming up to 55 minutes. So yeah, really great to see all the progress that's happening at this stage.
Yeah, we've had so many pairs finish so many different puzzles. We have several pairs already on their second puzzle and flying away. It looks like Chloe and Sky are getting ready to finish their second puzzle. I think Olivia and their partner are also closing out on the chickens. And Lena finishes chicken. Congratulations, or Lena and Henrietta on the cappy. Yeah, Olivia and the Chloe Sky combo, they are about neck and neck here on the second puzzle here. They're both down to about 5 pieces. I think Chloe and Sky are slightly ahead, working around each other really well to get those last couple of pieces in, just doing the shape work. Chloe and Sky hit the button, and they're moving on to the next one. Very, very well done.
Yeah, so just a reminder, Schmidt and Cherry Pazzi, don't bother crumbling it up and putting it into the box. Just lift up the whole thing, do a puzzle pickup, place it on the floor, place it on another table out of the way, because then they're just too stuck together to get a nice clean fold into the box. And you may as well just keep it and take a nice picture at the end. But we see Olivia and Kinga coming up on the bottom left. They have their final pieces of the chicken, working on the feathers, on the hats.
This puzzling, to paraphrase an old joke, a lot of these puzzlers are a TP inside of a wigwam. This is intense right now. All of the puzzling that is going on. There's multiple multiple tents happening simultaneously. Um, and it's really fun. You can't see all of the communication, but it is fun to notice which pairs are having a really strong physicality rolling on their hands, not just during the transition, but during the close, during the mid part of the game, mid part of the puzzling, and that's where you can really tell which pairs tend to be very practiced and very controlled. Is that the middle game they are moving just as fast as they would whenever at the start or at the end.
Yeah, I just wanted to show some progress of Quinta and Kira and Joanna. Joanna is with Alexandra, who are working on the triangle puzzle, and yeah, doing really good progress there. This is not easy, but it's just look how satisfying that is as those lines and triangles get filled out. And yeah, they're just gonna breeze through everything that comes after this. So yeah, well done, Quinta and Kira. And Joanna and Alexandra, just keep on going. You've got this.
Even if it's not satisfying to look like, it will be certainly satisfying to have it done and out of the way. And they are making really good work of it. You can see that they're both starting to get into that twister stage of kind of hands going around each other, but they are closing it out, getting those last little bits in. And it looks like Kirsten and their partner finished, and they are moving on to the chickens.
Yeah, that's Kirsten and Maria Magdalena. And yeah, I appreciate that Maria Magdalena was fanning me and my pair during the semifinals. We were absolutely melting. That was like one of the worst competitions in terms of heat. And it was so nice that people who had finished their puzzle then went around and were fanning other people who were still going. So I definitely remember that.
It was there were so many people just, and the thing that but you have to experience at some point is just the true heart and care that all of the puzzlers have for each other, and how everybody was looking out for everybody and trying to fan each other or just do little things to make sure that everybody could survive the dome. That was absolutely huge. Um, at one point during the stream, Victor was standing next to the commentary table and he was fanning me down for a little while there, which was kind of surreal in so many different levels. And also, hi Sandra, it's thank you for hopping in, and we hope you start feeling better soon. Sorry you're in a rough spot right now, but you are in our thoughts and hoping you get better soon.
Yeah. Hope you can feel better soon, Sandra. So there you go. Look what Laura just did. She just lifted the whole cappy up and just popped it off to the side. That's how easy it can be.
Yeah.
Clean space, no
Yeah.
crumbling, no fiddling it into the box.
Yeah, we might need to come up with a term for that kind of transition there, because there's a lot of other different names, but just the just the chuck it the chuck it mode of transition is fascinating to me.
Yeah, and Jenny and Eva have got their last pieces of the chicken. Go, go, go. Looking good. And I just want to point out Nina and Saskia from Austria and Germany coming up to the final stretch of the triangle puzzle. That is going to be super satisfying. Good job. Yeah.
Come on.
You
There
can
it is.
do it. Oh, everything is just going to fly after this one. You have done the hard work up front. And
There is an
Quinta and
aspect of
Kira,
lifting the weights.
yeah, Quinta and Kira also finished. You can see theirs in the background, and now they're on to the tea ceremony. But yes.
Oh wow. Jenny and Eva moving on to that triangle puzzle, doing the quick bag check, and then diving into that like kaleidoscope of triangular terror. But they are going to be able to vanquish it without too much trouble. They just need to get cooking on it. I'm excited for them. And Daniela, which one are they picking next after they slid the puzzle
Yep, you
off
got it. Go for
onto a
it.
board?
Yeah, a board is a great idea because that one is the crumbly one. So those who don't know Hachette, that is produced in France, and it's by the same factory as the Bluebird, Pieces and Piece, etc. So yeah, this is a crumbly one. You can see it there. It just falls apart immediately.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. If you know that it's a real crumbly brand, or it doesn't move a whole lot, um, it also makes the build a little tricky, because you're not always sure if you want to do islands outside and then airdrop them into the middle. Some brands, you can't really get away with that, so it takes away little strategy bumps that you might normally use and then suddenly aren't able to, or it might open up avenues, right? Like Cherry Pozzi, those pieces really stick together really well, so you might be more inclined to do a lot more outside of field building, because you can get away with it, because you know it's going to stick together and make the journey from the outside to the inside. It looks like Kiara and Kati are getting ready to finish up that the Japan tea puzzle. Wow.
Yes.
just over the hour and 2 minute line. So it took them it took them, I want to say, close to 38 minutes and change, close to the 38 line, to get the triangle puzzle done. And then they were able to get the Japanese that tea house puzzle done in about 20 minutes. They are cruising right now, and I think that now that they got the heavy lift of that triangle puzzle out of the way, they're going to just keep accelerating on the second half. And we're not entirely sure. A lot of these Cherry Pozzies, some people have done them. We saw that one of the Puzzle Guzzle folks mentioned that they had seen them before, which is really cool. So that can come into play too. If you've seen the puzzle before, do you want to do that earlier in the order, or do you want to do it a little later, so that way you can rely on your memory rather than some of your early game strengths moving through?
Yeah, so this did turn up at the French competition, French online competition, the Japan tea ceremony one. But the chicken, I'm not sure. That may have appeared like in a Polish or Latvian in-person competition, since they do use a lot of cherry puzzy there.
And I would have thought it would have shown up at dinner at some point, but either way, they're just putting these all together. You can see Anne and their partner getting so close to finishing up the capybara puzzle. There it is. they type it and get it knocked in. Um, they could also see that they're staring straight into the sun here with this one. And as time goes on, as this marathon continues, that light is likely to continue shifting. You can see Arcadius and his partner coming into the final stages of that tea house puzzle. And I think they have the triangle and then the chickens remaining. Ulia getting ready to finish out that lower left-hand side of the capybara. That's the same area a lot of people are closing out on. Is that section of dark pieces that all are very similar. It's probably about 40 pieces or so that are just near identical. But you can see everybody is doing really, really excellent work here.
Yeah, so a few more transitions. Yeah, so we have a few pairs that have done 2 puzzles already. Andrea and Irina, Lenka and Maria, and Kati and Chiara. But of course, Kati and Chiara have done the hardest one already. And I just had a quick look at Irina and Andrea and Lenka and Maria just to see how they're going. They did actually both pick the tea ceremony next, so they are leaving the triangles for last. So that's going to be a very interesting development.
Yeah. Well, and I know that Andrea and Irina, they're very, very good at that dead reckoning style of puzzling, and so I think for that triangle puzzle, it may prove to be very, very useful, especially since the shets are so crumbly and you can't. It's difficult to do the airdrops. I think that's really going to play to their advantage.
Yeah, and congratulations to Rika and Maya who finished the triangles. Fantastic job there. 1 hour and 6 minutes. Yeah, so we can
And
see
Inga, and sorry, Inga and Katrina also finished triangles just next to them.
Oh, let me pull them up.
Get that last one in. There it is.
Yes,
And they
that's
just
how you
slide it
do
right
it.
off.
That's how you
That's
do
a
it.
transition.
Commit to it and fast, because if you don't commit and you do it like halfway, it's just gonna crumble. But really good job there, Inga and Katrina. Then we've seen Micah and her pair. They have just finished the chickens. That's Micah and Nadia from Germany.
It's fun. It's fun that you mention that you mentioned commitment to moving. I think that's a huge component for puzzling in general. Is that it's so easy to reach that point of being uncertain about what to do next, or I'm not sure if I should try this piece or anything like that. If you just commit to, I am doing this thing now, and if it doesn't work, I'll deal with it then. That can often give you a little bit of a snowball effect of I'm going to keep rolling forward rather than getting hung up on any sort of mistakes that happen. It's a case of I have chosen to do this. It's either happening or it's not, and I'll find out once it's over.
Yeah, and we just saw Sabrina and Aiden finish the chicken puzzle. Here they are going with the tea ceremony.
You can see Lee and their partner in the lower left getting ready to finish out the rest of the chicken puzzle as well. Congrats to Sabrina and Aiden. Keep on rolling here. Ooh.
Yeah, so a few moments away from Arcadius and Marius finishing the tea ceremony. And Leah is also looking really strong on the chicken puzzle. That's Leah and Laura from Denmark. And I'm really excited for Joanna and Alexandra to finish the triangle puzzle. They're so close. Go, go.
There we go. Had a little technical issue there for a moment.
Yeah, we've got a view of Dan and SJ working on the chicken puzzle. So yeah, just a bit of the background. So there's feathers on the top of the hats that can be a little bit tricky because they're going in multiple directions. So that's looks like what Dan is working on at the moment. And here we go. New puzzle for Leah and Laura.
What's it going to be? The moment of truth? What is the next destiny that they are going to choose here? Moving into the next round of things. They do a quick fold. They try to stuff it in, just jamming the cherry posse into that box by any means necessary. And they were deciding to go with the Japanese tea house.
Yeah, and I like how Arcadius and Marius, like, they have, it's not actually one table, it's actually multiple small tables pushed together, but because of how they've got it set up, they have enough space they can just slide the finished puzzle out of the way.
Yeah, it's also really interesting that they're deciding to do a lot of these puzzles side by side, just because they have the space, rather than doing one person upside down, one person on like we sometimes call it the third side of the table. They're just going side by side this entire time, so they both have access to everything, and the orientation of the puzzle is the same. I'm curious what they're going to do with this portrait style. Are they going to rotate it as well? Nope, they're going to go with the portrait style.
And well done, Joanna Alexandra. Yes, triangles is done.
Let's go.
Oh, look at that. They have multiple boards stacked on top of each other, and rather than placing another board on top and then having that extra bump of the puzzle, they just lift one puzzle board off. Very, very clever, very smooth.
I never cease to be amazed by the small advantages that puzzlers come up with, to just shave off a few seconds here or there as they go through. Really, really well done.
Yeah, so we're getting a sight now of Mia and Taru. Also, yeah, got home stretch in sight for the Cappy puzzle. So they're basically, what they're working on now is the shadow behind the Cappy. There's a bit of graffiti. There's like a bubble of graffiti behind the Cappy, but also like there's the shadow. But there are some lines there. I did that one yesterday, and it actually goes pretty smooth, that section.
Yeah, it's also a little tricky. The darker black colors often tend to read a little bit darker on the pieces, or end up getting a little more muddled for a lot of brands in general. So that can be another reason that people kind of shy away from it. But you'll notice that just about everybody does the outline of that shadow and then fills in towards the middle as they keep going. It's a really smart way to box in a difficult section, to give that outline and then work your way in towards the middle in order to use little bits of shape, the shape of the puzzle itself, to give you information to keep rolling.
Yeah, we also have Hannah and Rosa from Finland coming up to the close, also just working on that shadow. Yes, as you say, there is like that outline and then filling in the gaps. And a nice transition there. We've got Jenny and Maya finished with the chickens, and now starting on with the tea ceremony.
Very well done. You can see that little by little, the time is starting to become this is starting to become an endurance game as we cross the hour and hour and 13-minute line here. We can see a lot of the puzzlers. Their hands are starting to slow down just a little bit, but their brains are still cooking, trying to solve a lot of these tricky puzzles. Jenny and their partner, starting in on that tea house puzzle, you can see that their flip is going really, really well right now. I think they're doing some edge pull, and I'm not sure what the other target is early on, but just getting that initial sweep out of the way is really great. You can see Hannah L and their partner closing in on the end of the capybara. I know we don't have a great way to do the splits on this one, but I hope at some point people put their split times back into this, which would be really fun to see.
Yeah, I'll be really curious to see how the pairs do for the triangle puzzle in particular, because I knew that the other three would be fairly fast, but I think the triangle puzzle is the real decider, and it's really about endurance, motivation, shape sorting, communication between the pairs to really see how well they get through that one. And I feel that with the Tria Marathon, I didn't really have a super hard puzzle in the middle there, which is usually what happens during a marathon. There's usually a super slow one there to, yeah, slow everybody down a bit.
To thin the herd a little.
Yeah. But, yeah, so I hope the other three make up for the one challenging puzzle.
Well, and the more I look at it, you can see that some areas of that triangle puzzle have a little bit of a higher density of some colors than others. Not just the like big line sections, but like the lower the bottom quarter of the puzzle has a little bit more of those light blue triangles, and the sides have a little bit more of the darker purples. So if you can see those little groupings, you might even end up doing sort of a big color sort. The question is, can you and your pair agree on which colors to sort out to work from? And we can see that I think that's Saskia and their partner finishing strong on the triangle and moving on. But can you and your partner agree to what the priorities are in order to make sure that you're on the same page? Because I've seen it a whole bunch, and Mari and I have worked with pairs where they agree that some sorting needs to be done, but they don't really decide on which order to do it in, and so they end up making piles that aren't fully sorted. And Mia and Taru make a great transition onto the tea house after smashing the capybara into the after smashing that cherry posy into the box. They're now moving on.
Saskia, if you can hear me, Saskia, can you just move the box? It's blocking the camera. Thank you. Perfect. There we go.
Thank you.
All right, so we also have Lena and Rune coming up to the finish. 20 pieces left for Cappy. Looking really good there. And yeah, Carolyn and Betten are also going to finish with a chicken fairly soon.
Yeah, I for those of you who are watching and in the chat, please give a big shout out to Michelle and the support team. They are juggling all of the cameras and all of the, trying to keep track of every person across the and every different puzzle, and that is not an easy task to do right now without chaotic things. It's a huge achievement to be able to do it right now. But Lena and Rune are getting ready to close in that shadow of the capybara. You can see that they're double checking what the shape looks like, and now that they have that line across the middle, they can really box in that lower left hand corner and just really shape work that chunk and go from there. They're closing that out really quickly. I love the hand speed that Saskia's pair is showing right now in this flip. They are really making sure that they're not just making up time, but gaining ground, moving into the next part of this puzzle. And it looks like they either have a couple of gifts, or they're very quickly making a few connections as they pull out parts of that chicken.
So once again, we have Irina's pair and Lenka's pair going head to head with each other. They're both on the tea ceremony, looking very similar in terms of leftover pieces. Andrea and Irina might be slightly ahead. But
I think Andrea and Irina are maybe about 20 pieces ahead right now. They are coming into the last little bit. It's really, and I think that they have more of a Swiss cheese close here, where the holes that are left are very, very small, maybe a piece or two, whereas Lenka and Maria, they have bigger gaps, and so they can't use the shape of the piece in order to close out as quickly as they'd want, whereas Irina and Andrea are accelerating into the end here, and they are going to be able to finish up their third puzzle, and they are going to be onto the triangles here at the hour and 19-minute line. Are they going to be able to keep it under just barely? Get those last three in. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. There it is. An hour 18 and 59 seconds or so. They are absolutely flying here as they transition onto the triangle puzzle. They're going to have to finish strong here. And this is where I get excited to watch their puzzling. Andrea and Irina are just really, really fun puzzlers to watch, and I get excited for any opportunity I get to see them operate. Lenka and Maria doing a really great job. You can see that they're trying to finish up that left-hand side of the tea house puzzle, and that's where there's a lot of darker purple. So I can see why that's left a little towards the end, because it's split with all those flowers and that bird cage in the middle. But they are doing a really, really good job with a very difficult puzzle to try to finish this up. Somebody was asking, what was Kati and Kiara's time for the triangle? I believe it was around the 38-minute mark for Kati and Kiara. And I think that Andrea and Irina started their triangle at 1:19 or so. And the question is Hannah and Rosa on their third or fourth puzzle? I think they're on their third right now.
Yeah, they went they went for the one of the faster puzzles. So yeah, I think they're gonna finish with the triangles as well.
Yeah. And there we go. And just as a quick check-in, Kiara and Kati are about halfway done with their chicken puzzle. So that'll be their third once they wrap that up, and then they're going to be able to jump onto the speedy capybara, I believe. Yeah, this is just really, really wild to see the different strategies and the different methodologies here. Julia and their partner getting ready to finish up the chicken. Get those last two in. Hit the button. Congratulations. Lincoln and Maria coming into the last 5 pieces or so. They move. Yeah, there it is. They close it out and they're moving on to the triangles, and they are flying on that flip. Their hand speed is just absolutely insane, and they are doing a full edge pull, it looks like, early on, and are going to try to get that in. So I'm really excited to see those two pairs go head to head here, closing this out. And this is really, really fascinating to see the different tactics, but now it's a heads-up game between those two, and we're gonna have to keep a really close eye on Katia and Kiara as they finish up this chicken puzzle. You can see them in the lower middle there. In the upper right-hand corner, Christina and their partner just finished another one, and they are on to the triangles as well. And Julia and their partner are on to the capybara as well. I'm genuinely impressed by the stamina that all these puzzlers are showing right now. I do about an hour of anything, and I'm already.
Sarah Rickley, I'm not sure why they're waiting, but you can just start the next puzzle. Sarah, you can pack your chicken away and get the next one going. I'm not sure why they're waiting.
They might be deciding which puzzle to do.
Yeah, just take it off. Pick it up, take it off the table, and start with the next one. Yeah, good job. And just want to point out that Janine and Francisca in the top right-hand corner are accelerating as they come up towards the finish here on that triangle puzzle. That's going to be a big relief to get that one out of the way.
Did they start with the triangle?
Janine is going to be very relieved. No, they have done another one before. I think they did a capybara first. But
yeah. That sounds right. Well, in the lower left-hand corner, you can see Lena and their pair. They have the full border of the triangle done, and then they pulled out those. I think it's the darker yellow or the darker green lines. It's the like lime green and yellow lines for those bigger diamonds. The half diamond outlines. They have those placed in. And then they're pulling on the blues and making little islands out of that can then connect in. I think that's probably one of the more solid processes that you can go for on this if you're not going to do an outright dead reckoning or pick and place. because that's going to give you really good anchor points to work off of.
Yeah, and we've seen up to this point, we have seen, very heavy on the chicken, Japan, and Cappy puzzles, but now we're really getting into more of the triangles, and we're really going to see like a slowdown as people get into those ones. But yeah, I'm just checking up on, just wanted to check on Aaron and Sophie, who are making good headway on that one, more than 50% done of that puzzle. And yeah, Lena and Maya, yeah, getting into the nitty gritty of the triangles. So we'll catch up with them later.
I kind of like that choice of doing it second, so that way it's out of the way. You got your initial like go, and then you hit the speed bump, and then you're going to be able to hit the zoom on in the second half. But they are doing a really good job. You can see that they're trying to force a little bit of the rest of this to go in, but there's a lot of wacky colors and kaleidoscope style that might throw you off a little bit. So picking different strategies to group things and keep them moving is really, really tough once you start getting tired. We had several finishers there make the transition. Janine and their partner doing a quick fold of the triangle, getting it into the box. Oh, a fold and crumple, very nice. And then they're moving on to their next puzzle as well. And they picked Tea House in the upper left-hand corner. Very nice. It looks like Fruji and their partner getting ready to finish the Tea House Japan puzzle as well. And this is, it's fun to see that they went standard format. So one puzzler is upside down, the other is right side up, reaching across in order to get those things in. And there's always debate about, do you put the puzzle image in the orientation that you're building in, or do you do it in the standard setup, and then one person just flips the whole image in their head? I tell people, try both a couple of times and see what works best for you and what works best for you and your partner or partners as you go through.
Yeah, and I just want to mention that Fruji now has a YouTube channel called The Puzzlery, and because she travels so much and goes to so many competitions, she's now doing puzzle recaps, like recaps of the different events, and it's it's very fun to watch. She did one on the Puzzle Rush Cologne, which was a local event in Cologne last weekend. Of course, the Luxembourg event, the Trier Marathon, the Worlds, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be making one about the 24-hour marathon coming up next week. So I would highly recommend her YouTube channel, and yeah, lots of fun competition and event content coming up from Fuji.
I agree wholeheartly, and I would also just plug that Fuji is a fantastic human being. So anything you can do to support them and their new YouTube venture, by all means, go check it out. Along those lines of supporting people, Kiara and Kati have made the transition to, I believe, their fourth and final puzzle here. Or I think, yeah, it's their final one, and I think it's the capybara, and they are cruising through. Or is this puzzle 3? I'm losing track of who's done what at this point. I'm sorry.
No, that's their fourth puzzle, because they've got the triangles, and then you can see layered on top of that is Japan and then chicken. So yeah, we could see the first finish in about 20 minutes from now. So. Yep. Go, Kiara and Kati, you were doing amazing. And I just want to point out, on the left of the table on the floor, you will see a 7,000 piece puzzle that they are working on this weekend. And the goal is to finish that before Kati has to catch her train this evening. Yeah. So yes, extra motivation to have a good time, get these puzzles out of the way, and then they can continue with their 7,000 piece puzzle.
I'm starting to think that one of the ways that you can become a really fast puzzler is to just require or use regularly public transportation, like a train. And that way you have a very tight physical deadline on everything that you do, because that's one of the reasons that we've seen Kati puzzle on a train, or right before getting on, or right just after getting off. And I think that goes a long way. But it's fun to see them. They've done a pretty big sort up front. They're not doing a border pull on that capybara. They've just separated out the yellow and the orange and some of that wall, I believe. So that way they're going to be able to zipper up those sections and then plug them together pretty quickly. And Kinta and Kiara finishing up their puzzle and moving on to the chicken.
Yeah, so
Really, really well done.
So I feel like there's kind of a slowdown coming, not only because of the time that, they have been puzzling full force now for 90 minutes, but also because more people are getting into the triangle puzzle. So at the moment, I don't have any immediate finishes on my radar, but that could change. Apart from Paulina and her pair in the top left corner.
Come on, you can do it. Get that little bit of hand speed going. Once you're at that stage, it's easy to kind of go, well, maybe this piece, maybe this one. I tell people all the time, try to fail faster, right? Like if you're gonna have to brute force a section and try it in a few different places, try it fast, get it cooking, right? You don't have to just go, well, I tried it and maybe I'll move on. Go try it. Keep cruising on that. Keep your hand speed going. There you go. Like it's always exciting to see that.
Yeah, so Paulina and Dominika from Poland, nice finish there on the cappy, taking their picture, and let's see what they're going to do next.
Yeah, that tea house, the tea house puzzle is not easy by any stretch. With how much pink there is, I think a lot of the pairs do a really good job of setting up the islands and moving on. Of setting up the islands of strings of sets and then kind of doing the outlines, or even that center. That big center has a really nice pink texture to it that people are working through. But Paulina and their partner have decided to go for drum roll. Oh, I can't quite see it because of the lighting. I hope we're going to be able to find it out. It looks like they're going for the tea house next. Awesome. Aaron and Sophie are maybe about 120 pieces from finishing up the triangle. That is definitely a tricky one. Guzza Gaming pointing out in the chat that, yeah, Germany is such a strong puzzling country, not because of Ravensburger, but because of the robust public transportation system. I believe it. That seems that seems perfectly plausible, and I am a big fan of making sure that all of my causations are correlations as well. So, if, please don't do that.
So it's a big national joke, the German public transportation system. So when I arrived in Germany 16 years ago, it was as super punctual, never late, never miss a train. But it's now aged and hasn't been maintained, that it's now a national joke that whenever you take a train anywhere, that you're basically, your train is going to be cancelled and you'll have to wait 2 hours. So it's kind of laughing and crying at the same time whenever somebody says they have to take a train trip somewhere. It's like, well, my train is supposed to arrive at 2 o'clock, but we might see each other this evening. So yes, but having at least the pressure that you should be catching your train on time could help the Germans to be a little bit faster in finishing their puzzle. Yes, so we have Rika and Maya coming up to their close on the Cappy puzzle, and we just saw Alexandra and Alexandra and Agata from Poland. They just cleaned up and are ready to start on the triangles. So I also just wanted to check in on some of the others who are doing the triangles. We've got Monica and Delia, Lisa and Vicky, and Aaron and Sophie. So they are putting in the work. It's going to pay off. So keep on going, guys. You're doing a great job. It's going to be a big relief when that is done. So go.
Yeah, it is hard to fight the slog whenever you have something that you know is difficult and you're in the middle of. But the fastest way the fastest way to get it over with is through, right? So sometimes you have to, one of the things that you can try to do is just say, hey, the sooner we get this done, the sooner we can do something fun, and kind of hold that carrot out in front of you to keep on cruising. But they're doing a really swell job here, because that is not easy by any stretch. Um, I actually want to, congratulate you, Michelle. This is a really good pick of puzzles for a mini marathon for pairs to do, because none of them are super duper easy, and I really like that challenge of the triangle to see what pairs can communicate and work together really really well on it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, I picked the triangle puzzle because I just like the colors and I kind of like patterns with geometric shapes. Like, there's just something that's quite appealing about it to me. Like, that's something that I would really like as a poster. And yeah, I mean, I think Hypnosa is a good name because you kind of look at it and you kind of get lost in it and kind of see layers behind the layers, kind of go cross-eyed looking at it. Good job, Natasha and Lisa, on finishing the triangles. Yes,
Hey,
and
let's go.
some visual frustration from Aaron. It's visual frustration turning into humor and ridiculousness, but you've got this, Aaron and Sophie. You've got this. So yes, I did like it, but I will admit I completely underestimated how difficult it will be. So just as a reference, this took me more than 2 hours to finish. It's not as hard as the peacock. It's not as hard as the what was it? The bird flower that was used in the Italian competition, and it's not as hard as the otter, if that is any consolation. Probably not. But that's why it's with pairs. You can struggle through it with your friend.
Yeah, yeah. Hard things are made easier with friends, which is always true. Um, Powell in the chat is saying, "Go, Kinga and Olivia, 3 done. Congrats! There's people in the chat rooting for other people." And Marcia in the chat is saying that they took a train from the Netherlands to Italy, going through Italy. Their train had a 2-hour delay, and they were worried about missing the connections. But the Germans on the train said not to worry because the connecting one would most likely be delayed. Turns out they were right. I could see that happening.
Putting things into perspective.
Isabel in the chat saying, "Don't mention the birds from the Jukari contest. I'm still traumatized." Everybody bumps into that one puzzle that really throws them for a loop and kind of haunts them in their puzzle dreams, um, from time to time. And I know that bird puzzle boggled a lot of minds all at once. So.
Yes, and what did I want to say? So if anyone wants to take a look at myspeedpuzzling.com, #Michelle, you will see my traumatic puzzle. The first puzzle that I logged in the month of September was peacocks, and it made such a massive spike, like literally a Mount Everest on my graph. I decided to leave it there, so I didn't log any more puzzles after that for September, because it's kind of a nice reminder that, no matter how fast you are, no matter how good you get, there's always that one puzzle. So I'm going to keep that on my graph, and I dare anyone to get a more significant spike on their graph than that.
There's always one that's going to keep you humble, right?
Yes, exactly. That's part of it. It's like, that's the puzzle that keeps you humble when you look and go, yep, I can do that in, what was it, 2.5 hours, or kind of feel it was pushing that.
Yeah, this triangle puzzle is really tricky, and you can see that some of the pairs are trying to sort out the different colors a little bit. You can see that they've clustered it that way. You can see that in the lower right hand corner, Meineke, they've done a little bit of the darker reds and the oranges and grouped some of the purples, but it's hard to decide which pile some of those colors should go in whenever it overlaps so hard. and that's certainly a big component of things. Is how do you want to line that up at that stage, and that's where the communication with your partner goes a long way to make sure that you're on the same page. And sometimes what you got to do, especially whenever you're kind of at that last 50 pieces or so, is just pick a piece up, check the image, and see where are the like 5 or 6 spots that a blue piece can go, or where are the 5 or 6 spots that a purple piece can go, and check those and get it in. It's slow rolling, but keeping that organized strategy can really keep you cooking. You
Yeah,
can see Arcadius. Oh, sorry.
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say Arcadius and their partner finished the cappy, and they are on to puzzle number 4, which I believe is going to be drumroll. Is it triangles? Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
triangles. Yeah.
Only got triangles left. So checking in with our front runners, Kati and Kiara, probably so more than halfway through the cappy. And then we have Arena and Andrea and Lenka and Maria both working on the triangles. So at this point, appears to be a significant lead for Kiara and Kati for putting in the hard work early on. And we'll check in with the others later. But I'm going to leave Kati and Kiara on there since they're doing an amazing job now. Just got the background to finish up.
Yeah. And I want to point out to folks, they didn't do the border first on this capybara puzzle. They did those big islands of the of that yellow the yellow sun on the side, or that big or the the yellow orange graffiti along with the big hoodie. They picked those things out first and then built it and then sunbursted out a little bit from those spots, and are now kind of working their way outwards using the color hints along that line. And I think that's a pretty slick tactic. The border on that does not look straightforward to me at all, because there's a lot of tan brown on the outside, and you might be able to do little clusters of groups, but if you can see something that's in the middle that looks really straightforward, go on ahead and build that and use that as your anchor point. And I think that's a really slick way to go. But some pairs, depending on the high level strategy that you're going for, that may not be a tactic that works real well. So always check in with your pair partner. Make sure you're on the same page before you go doing something real wacky.
Oh yeah, so we've also got Inka and her pair. They are working. Inka and Nora. So they have got more than 50% done on the triangle puzzle, and Aaron and Sophie like maybe 30-ish pieces. You got this, come on.
Come on, you can do it.
Yes. And I have to say the colors on the puzzle match Aaron's t-shirt. So
I think that might be what's going on, is that there's an optical illusion where if they look at each other, they get disoriented about which colors are on the puzzle versus which ones are on the shirt. They couldn't have known. They didn't dress for the puzzle. They just ran into this on their own. We're coming up on the hour and 40 and almost an hour and 43 minutes. I am excited to see how many pairs are able to do so many puzzles under the 2-hour line, especially with this beast of the triangle puzzle inside of here. We can see that in the lower middle there. I think that is that Inna. I can't quite read the name.
Elena,
thank you. They were working side by side on that triangle puzzle. Both of them talking. They have a big outline, and they're going to be able to go to shape work at a certain point, which is really exciting. The lower little bit of a shuffle as Alina finishes those, and they start to bust out the triangles, and they're going to get going here onto the beast. They're going to try their hand at the triangles. Hopefully, they can make an acute attempt at success here and be really accurate, and share the pain equilaterally with their pair partner.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that we're at 1 hour and 44 minutes now. So just as a comparison, most pairs never puzzle longer than this. So normally pairs only do a 500-piece puzzle, have a good break, have a good chat before they start on the next one. They are already at 1 hour 40. This point at the World Championship, when they did the pairs 1,000-piece puzzle, everybody was done at 1 hour and 41 minutes. So we are pushing all the pairs here, challenging them to go on way beyond what they would normally puzzle. And yeah, that's part of the fun. Maximize your puzzling time.
True facts. Well, and we were saying earlier that a really good time for a 500-piece pair puzzle, like an excellent time, is under the like 23-minute line. If you really know the puzzle well and it's super easy, you might be able to go sub 20, which is always phenomenal. And Sabina and their partner finish up the tea house, and they are moving on to triangles
But
for
it's
puzzle number
Kati
3.
and Kiara coming up to the finish.
Oh, thank you. I almost yeah.
Oh,
They're coming on the last 5 pieces or so. Are they
it's a
going to
bit
be able
tricky
to
because they've got dark on dark. So I think it's a bit more
Oh
than that.
no.
So maybe a few minutes away there, but let's not forget about them in the top corner there. So 1 hour and 45 minutes, really strong. Yes, and we have Chloe and Sky who are about to finish the triangles.
Yes, and they did a great job getting the outlines of some of those, getting some of those bigger lines locked in place and then filling in. Tati and Kiara hit the button.
Yes. Oh, okay. I thought it was a few minutes. It was literally a few seconds. Well done,
Yeah.
Kati and Kiara. First place finished.
An hour
Yes.
45 and 40 seconds or so, something
For
like that.
2,000 pieces.
Yes.
Pretty impressive. Well done, Kati and Kiara. Now you can have a break and get going with that 7,000-piece puzzle. Yes. Or yeah, let us.
And congrats to Chloe and Sky for finishing triangle, and they are off to their races on their 4th puzzle.
Fantastic. Yes, triangles are done. Possibly never to be done again.
I think you have to do it 3 times.
Yeah, come on, we need a solo time now.
Oh,
for
look
everybody.
at the Kiara and Katsi are making a great little picture there, with their puzzles.
Oh yes, because you can. That's what you can
put
do
them
when
in
you
order
have
so
them
that we
all.
can see all 4 of them.
Yes,
Yeah.
beautiful. See, that's why I didn't really like seeing people crumble their puzzles. You need a nice picture at the end with them all. Lovely.
Very, very well done. Congratulations. That was really, really excellent puzzling. And from a top pair in the world that practice together and know each other really, really well. And you could see it in the way that they communicated and moved and just got everything together. Really, really well done.
And Aaron and Sophie, yes, and there goes the shove off the table,
There it is.
expressing the relief and never to be done again by Aaron. It's the commit, grab, and shove towards the couch.
Yeah,
And see
the chug it methodology.
the crumble it into 500 pieces in 2 milliseconds.
Yeah. Yeet and go. There it is. Oh man.
But
The only hard part is sometimes looking for the pieces later, but if it's a puzzle you genuinely don't like, that's not a thing you have to worry about too much.
Aaron will be on his hands and knees later finding all those pieces, or maybe he'll just go straight for the vacuum cleaner.
We'll find out.
Yeah, but so that was fantastic. So we had one finish so far. Let's double check on our runner-uppers. So that was Irina and Andrea. And I think, if anyone is chasing, a podium spot, this is where they could catch up if they really are, if shape sorting and geometric puzzles are their jam. Let's check up on Lenka and Maria. Ooh, I
Yeah,
think Lenka and Maria could be gaining. I think they could be having a little bit more ahead. Maybe it's just the camera angle. We don't see the entire puzzle from Arena. It's kind of cut off from the angle. Maybe perhaps they have some more solid up the top, but yeah, both are making terrific progress.
oh yeah, and it's really impressive to see how they're so similar and yet also different because it looks like Andrea and Irina are going for those lime green lines little by little, and I think that Lenka and Maria, they went for more of the blue lines and the purple lines and trying to get those locked in and then have little chunks of the lime as well. But I think Irina and Andrea, they are doing a lot more of a grouping and sunburst on that upper right hand side, and kind of working their way down. I can't see the very top of their puzzle from where we're at, but they are cruising. And one thing to note is that whenever Andrea does that dead reckoning, she's memorizing more and more of the image as they go. And so sometimes it can make it easier to finish up on the later half because the image is really solid in the mind. On something like this that's really that's really duplicated and chaotic, it may be a little tricky. But we just saw Lisa finish their puzzle and moving on. And it looks like Henrietta and their partner are getting ready to close out the tea houses and move on to their next puzzle as well. There we go. What's the transition look like? Are they going to go for a yeet? Seeing, they're thinking, they're taking a picture of the puzzle, and they're going to slide it on top of that other really good slide onto a separate puzzle board. And now moving on to the chickens. And it looks like Lena and their partner closing out the triangles,
Oh
along
yeah,
with Taya. They're neck and neck.
Taya and Maria also finishing the triangles. Good job there. Very satisfying.
Well
Done.
done. Congratulations. Done with the beast in an hour and out under an hour and 51 minutes, so an hour 50 and change. They get that done and they're moving on to the next. It looks like Jenny and their partner cracking on from the tea houses. What did they pick for their last puzzle? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? It's triangles. A lot of people wanted to do triangles late. Really could cut either way which one you wanted to do. Um, I think doing it early and getting it out of the way goes a long way. But none of these puzzles are particularly super easy, so it's all about what fits best with you and your pair partner. We can see that in the lower left hand corner there. That's Sana and their partner. They're getting ready to finish up the chicken puzzle. I think this is going to be puzzle 2 for them. Not entirely sure on the count at this point, but they are at the fill-in stage where they can just use the shape of the piece in order to finish up the rest of this. Lower right-hand corner, you can see Johanna and their partner closing out the tea house puzzle. They have it already on a separate puzzle board, so all they're going to do is pick that up and move on to the next one right away. Really fun to see. Oh, several finishers all in one shot. Wow, I'm having trouble keeping up. Let
Yeah,
alone anyone else.
yeah, nice finishes there from Leah and Jessica. So I would like to, yeah, I've got another, and just a few pieces away, final 5 to 10 pieces for Asana and Telita, as well as Veroni and Anami. So yeah, I think Veroni and Anami will be on to their 4th now, and they've already done the triangle puzzle.
Oh wow. Yeah, and that's where there might be room to catch up, right? Like if you've done the really hard thing and you get excited and you can stay in that excited mode with your partner, you might be able to do that 4th puzzle a little bit faster than other folks that started the triangle earlier.
Yeah, so Hannah and Rosa are working on the triangles and have got a significant amount done. So definitely more than 50%. Still some large gaps to fill, but they are making great headway at this point. Got lots of oranges and purples left. But looking really good there.
Isabella in the chat suggesting maybe on the next marathon people can comment 1 Cappy or 2 Japan to keep track of which puzzle they're on. I think that's a slick idea. This is the first time that a mini marathon with multiple choice with a choose your own adventure has been done before in these online competitions like this. So there's always going to be little tweaks to happen down the line. But it's really exciting to see how everybody gets on in this mini marathon for the Euro Jigsaw Jams. Great transition for Brony, getting that chicken puzzle off and onto the capybara right away.
Yeah, I can't take credit for this idea. Something similar was done on with a pairs competition in the by the French. There was also a live stream. I know that Frugi and Steffi took part in that, Anami and Patrick, and Inga and Alan. And they also had 4 500-piece puzzles, and the live stream was in French. So it's not my idea. I think it was Celine's idea. But yes, we could, if this is taken positively, if people like this idea, we can consider doing another one in the future, and we could add the extra condition that they write the number of the puzzle. That would also help us to keep track as well.
Yeah. It's fascinating to see how many changes there are and updates. And we talk about the puzzlers looking for optimizations all the time, but many of the organizers, not all of them, but many of the organizers are looking for ways to improve and make little tweaks and adjustments over time, which is really cool. And it's just going to keep getting better and better as the sport grows, which I'm just excited about. You can see in the lower left-hand corner there, getting ready to finish up that triangle puzzle. There may be only about 5 pieces away here. Just going to be able to get those things in by sight and shape alone to try to get it out. They're going to close that one out and then move on to their third puzzle. I think it's a good call to get that triangle out a little bit early while you still have brains in your head to be able to see and get around it. Congratulations, you hit it.
Yeah, and I just put Judith and Stefan and Jenny and Eva on the screen because I think they've got some really well organized shape sorting there. Have a look at that. Look how they've got everything in neat rows. Judith and Stefan and Jenny and Eva, they have it on separate trays. So they are in a good position. I mean, it's always a bit of a bother to get that all set up at the beginning, but then it definitely helps as you move forward.
Yeah, that is a huge shape sort right there. And with a puzzle like this, if the colors are wacky, it may make your life easier to just go by the shape of it. And so that's a really cool tactic to see people using, is just going for an outright shape sort of that magnitude. That's got to be they had to have shape sorted at least 150, if not more, pieces right there in order to get that rolling. Really, really cool. You can see, I think that's Wes and Danique moving on to the triangle puzzle as well. They do a quick dump, and now they're going to start doing the flip and sort as quickly as they can. I'm always excited to see the acceleration here. You see Quinta and Lydia's pairs also jumping on to their next puzzle almost at the same time. One starting triangles, the other starting the capybara. This is where you and your partner can hook in and get that next burst of speed and kind of get back onto the same track. Shake off whatever the last puzzle was and really jump into this one. And that's during the flip, because you can start telling each other, all right, let's go as fast as we can right now. Set the tone and the pace for this next puzzle right away as you get started.
So I think Hannah and Rosa, if you can hear me, can you just show me with your fingers? Is that your third or your fourth puzzle? Okay. Fourth puzzle. Okay. So
Okay.
I think Hannah and Rosa are front runners for second.
Oh wow, yeah.
So let's just compare with Lenka and Arena.
Yeah, it's gonna be close, but I think Hannah definitely has the edge here.
Yeah, looking really fantastic there. So neither of them have the three that we see on screen. Are you doing shape sorting for this? They're just going by sight. Just looking
Yeah,
for the color.
I think that would be my instinct for this. But yeah, my instinct for this would be to do more of a color sort than an outright shape sort. But it also depends on where you're at in the puzzle and how long you've tried it. Because sometimes if you've tried getting it rolling one way for a good 10-15 minutes, switching up the methodologies might be what you need in order to see things in a way that can click for you and your partner. But I really like the way that Hannah and Rosa have done a pretty distinct color sort up front here. And I think that's letting them get those little clusters in where they can see them, as opposed to looking through that hypnotic pile of colors all over the place that are kind of over top of each other. They've done a priority sort, so they know which colors are in which pile get the priority, and then they're building off of that, which is really smart.
Yeah, and I think Lena and Maya are on their fourth puzzle as well. They've got Lena and Maya, if you can hear me, can you show me to the camera with your fingers? How is this your fourth? Fourth. Yes. Okay. I think if Lena and Maya do this really quickly, like within around 20 minutes, they could possibly overtake Andrea and Arena and Lenka and Maria. But it's tricky, you know. This is part of the challenge and the fun of a competition like this, where you're kind of comparing two very completely different puzzles. I mean, we can very easily see Hannah, Arena, and Lenka because they're all working on the same. But
Yeah.
somebody could sneak in with a really fast close on the chicken and jump in. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I'm really fascinated by this format where it's the same puzzles, but the order in which you do them kind of changes things up. And I think for a marathon, that gets magnified by a huge amount. If it's just one puzzle back to back, that's a 500. That's that there's a little bit of uncertainty there, but once you hit a marathon, the exponential increase in the time that's involved and the scale of each puzzle, those things add up really quickly, as opposed to just doing two 500s back to back. Now you're doing four, so every little decision adds up. You can see in the lower right hand corner Karen and Verena getting ready to finish up and move on from their triangles. I like how they put the put the puzzle boards on top of the image, so that way, or on top of the puzzle itself, so that way it kind of blocks away the sight lines from things that are tricky to see or might be a little more distracting and something that colorful. That's really clever.
Yeah, I think Karen and Farina might be on their fourth puzzle as well. They've got triangles out of the way, so they are also a super fast pair that could, push towards, really challenge those who are doing the triangles.
Yeah.
But anyway, some good top 10 spots are up for the
Oh, but
taking.
look at this race between Lincoln, Maria, and Hannah and Rosa. Hannah and Rosa have a slight piece count advantage here, but Lenka and Maria are accelerating into the end. They have a Swiss cheese close here, so they are trying to get some of those gaps. But it looks like that middle triangle still has a really large hole. But Hannah and Rosa are blitzing into the end here. They just did a big scooch. You can see that they're both getting their hands moving as quickly as possible, trying to close out one color at a time. You'll notice that they're kind of bouncing between those different piles little by little, but they're really staying tight and focused in one area at a time because they've learned what that image part looks like, and then they're accelerating into it. They're not just going one piece, they're going 1, 2, 3, 4. They're picking up the pace on that, and they're down to maybe about 15 pieces or so I think Lenk and Maria have third place kind of locked up unless somebody is sneaking up on a different puzzle behind them. But Hannah and Rosa are blasting their way into the second place line as we cross the 2 hours and 4 minute line.
Yeah, really exciting. This is looks like Hannah and Rosa have got it, but Lenk and Maria are so close, and just being just a few, yeah.
There it is.
Got it, Hannah and Rosa. Yes.
Congratulations.
That was a really fast close on that one. I mean, just a few minutes ago, there were big patches there, and look how well they close it up. Yes. Hugs for the win. Well done, Hannah and Rosa.
Absolutely fantastic
Good job.
puzzling. Very, very well done.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you wanted to be interviewed, but let us know in the chat if we can have a chat in a bit. But sure, if you want to take a break first. After 2 hours and 4 minutes of puzzling, that would be very understandable.
Yeah. And Lenk and Maria coming into the finish line here as well after doing 3 puzzles and 90% of a fourth one. Getting ready to close this one out.
Okay, then Kiara and Kati, you can hop on and let us know what you thought about these puzzles. So yeah, Hannah and Rosa, yeah, have a break and come back to us in a bit. We'll chat with Kiara and Kati first.
Well, but as they do, Lenka and Maria closing out third place here. They have 1 piece remaining to hit the button. There it is.
Oh,
2 hours, 5 minutes, and like 20 seconds or so. That is so close in a marathon of this length.
wow.
Whenever it's one puzzle and it's a difference of 10, 15 seconds, that's within margin of error. Whenever you do 4 puzzles back to back to back and it's within a minute of each other, there's so many little things that can add up. Maybe a bad flip, 2 bad flips, where you have more pieces face down. Really, really close. Absolutely phenomenal job to get 4 puzzles done in that amount of time. Congratulations, Lenka and Maria.
Yeah, and Kati and Kiara, you can turn your mics on.
Well,
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
hello there. Congratulations.
Kati is on the table. Let's have a look. Oh no, you're on the floor.
No, it's here on the floor.
Okay. No, I only saw it on the thumbnail and I could just see Kati kneeling. I thought you were taking an interesting picture with the 4 puzzles. But yes, now you're continuing on. Yes, so tell us how you felt about the puzzles today.
We actually like them. Yeah, and we like the triangles most. Yeah. It was hard, but it was really pretty. I agree with you. Like, I really like the colors and I don't know, the vibes of it. It was really pretty puzzle. So, yeah, good choice. It was the hardest one, but still the most fun.
Have you done something similar? Because you looked like straight out of the gate, you had like a strategy, like it just flowed somehow.
The one from Alejandro's brand.
Yeah, the one from Loretta. You know, the
oh yeah,
the bees. So
rainbow chevron.
Yeah, and then
like I've done one from this brand that has the puzzles in the cylindric boxes.
Oh, okay.
I think it's called
There's
Remember, I guess. And there is one puzzle that is similar to that, but even harder. I don't know if that helped me, but I've also done it ages ago, so I would assume no.
But yeah, the strategy, I think it was from Lunetta's puzzle that we got used to. You just pick one color and you stick to it, you get it over, and then you move to the next color. That's how we approach the puzzle.
Yeah.
And I think it worked pretty well.
So we have a 3rd place finisher. Fourth is Kirsten and Maria Magdalena. Congratulations, finishing up with
congrats.
the triangles. Well done. All right, I will check that they have finished. And yes, go ahead, Jim.
I was just going to say that the top 10 podium is still there for the taking. Everybody just needs to keep on pushing, and it's hard to tell where you're at or which puzzles other people are on. So keep doing your level-headed best. Kiara and Kati, this might sound like a strange question. After doing 4,000 pieces at a breakneck speed puzzling pace, any other mere mortal would maybe take a breather and not puzzle for the rest of the day, or go outside, go for a walk, take a nap, that kind of thing. Can you what are you doing right now, and why are you doing this to yourself?
Well, yeah, because it's fun. I agree with Kathy. That's go on it. Well, it was our plan also last time. Like, we considered doing a giant puzzle last time we met before Worlds, and then we were like, no, maybe we should train, even if, yes, we know how to work together, but okay, let's do a training weekend. We will do it next time. And then next time ended up being this weekend, obviously, because, there was the mini marathon and we couldn't not sign up for that.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we had to do a giant puzzle. And we debated how big the giant puzzle could be according to, how much time do we have, what can we actually do or not. So the 7,000 is what we decided on. And we know that we are tight on the time. And so we need to, continue, or we will not finish it.
That's fantastic. I want to give a quick shout out to Irina and Andrea, who finished in 5th just now. Really, really well done, and also amazing to be doing it at dark 30 in the morning, marathon time, which is wild. Karen and Kathy, so you're doing a 7,000 piece puzzle right now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take a break from that to do the mini marathon, or did you do the mini marathon? like which order were things kind of planned out in?
Well, this morning we didn't work on the giant puzzle yet. We are starting on it now. We just woke up, set it up, and then did the mini marathon. But we had it ready to go. We just moved the laptop and the table because it was a bit squished in the corner. Like we puzzled up here earlier, but it was sitting actually in the middle of the room where it's supposed to be.
I was noticing that in y'all's post about that giant puzzle, you did like a huge sort up front, and then you started breaking the cells down.
Yeah.
On these puzzles in the mini marathon, you did some sorting early on, and then kind of got going, and then did it by layers. Is the process for a ginormous puzzle where it's not a speed puzzle time limit different from how you would normally do it in a competition setting?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the problem with the giant puzzle is that you can't sort on the fly because there's just too many pieces, and so it's faster if you're sorting this section out of all of the green pieces rather than sorting this section out of 7,000 pieces that are not even divided into trays. Also, I have a lot of trays, I have 23 of these, I think, or something, but still the 7,000 doesn't fully fit on here. So we had a couple of bowls at the beginning too, but then we moved into trays. And if you have bowls, then you can't sort out of that without being very slow. So it's just not efficient to sort out the sections one at a time when you actually work on them, as it is with the smaller puzzle that you can have fully flipped out and visible. And that's the big difference.
Yeah, but we got bored with the
that part is always boring. And Nicola joined in and helped us with that. So
I'm always interested because puzzlers talk about the giant piece counts, the sorting being the boring part.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's this weird duality of, if the puzzle came pre-sorted like that, it wouldn't feel like you were actually doing the whole puzzle.
Absolutely, yeah. Which is also why we mix the bags, because otherwise, you're not doing it. It's the most boring part of puzzling, but if you don't do it, then you're not doing the puzzle. You're right, it is a weird thing, but it's also
Well, I'm not sure. It's just it's always been curious to me because when I think about doing things for fun, if I can get to the fun part sooner, then that's a net win. But it seems like part of what makes the latter part of the assembly more exciting for a giant puzzle like that is that you're going through that process yourself, right? Like the payoff is the process.
I think so. And if you mess up the sorting, it's your own mistake. And if it's perfect, it's like because you did a good job, not because it came for free for you. Like
Yeah.
you need to do it yourself, even if it's the boring part. I think that
It's sort of like cooking a fancy meal where you have to do all the cutting and everything like that. And
Yeah,
you have to go through
exactly
that.
the same. And that part is also the most boring part of cooking. Like who wants to peel all of the veggies and cut them up, right? But it's part of it.
Gotcha. Well, tell us a little bit about how do you stay like positive while going back to back to back to back puzzles for so long.
Like I think for the marathon, what helped us was that we started with the hardest puzzle, and we knew that it's only gonna get easier because like we picked the order such that the puzzles were getting easier, and that way we felt like we were getting faster, even though you might think we got tired, but we still felt faster, and that kept us motivated, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And also doing that, we were hoping that not everybody would start with the hardest puzzle and that we wouldn't have to think about like where are the placement and who is where, etc. It's like we are going to do the difficult one and then it doesn't matter. It's just us against ourselves. That's what we want.
That anxiety of hearing somebody else being close to you, you already know that it's not going to be a factor right away.
And yeah, it's like sure, like other people are going to finish before we do, and it's expected, so we don't have to overthink and start counting like who's might be doing like how well. I don't know if that's good or bad, and like there's also a good part in like doing the standard marathon where like the order is fixed, and like that's also fun, and like where everyone is. But since we had the choice, that's the approach that we do.
Yeah. Is it different? I mean, I know it is different to a certain extent, but tell us a little bit about how it feels doing doing a mini marathon in a place where you can control all of the variables, like the heat or the lighting or anything like that, versus in a spot that's live where you have less control over the environment. That can be a little wacky.
And I just want to interrupt. We've just had 2 more finishes.
Hey!
We had Menaka and Delia from the Netherlands just finished like a minute ago, and closely followed by Lena and Maya from Germany. Congratulations.
Phenomenal job.
Yes. So we're up to 7 finishes. Well done.
7 finishers all under 2 hours and 17. That's crazy. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm hyped.
And now I have no idea who to put on the screen because I'm completely lost, like where everybody is. Yeah, so we had a theme for today, Kiara and Kati. It was like hobby marathons. Like, what activities could you easily do for more than 4 hours? Like, where you just get completely lost in like time just gets lost.
I think not many things. Maybe reading, like if you have a good book. But then even like TV marathons, I've done movie marathons. I watched the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy all in one go more than once. But I have been puzzling while I was doing that, so I don't know if that counts.
That's double dipping right there. That's doing both of them at the same time.
Yes.
Now, when you did that, did you do a Lord of the Rings puzzle while watching Lord of the Rings?
I have not done that yet. Now I have
Okay.
Lord of the Rings puzzles, and I have a plan on doing that at some point. I wanted to do it with Becca when I was in the US in June. That was
Yeah.
and Becca was into it too, but then we didn't find the time. So one day we will do that.
I'm just throwing it out there. If you put the movie on and use that as the time limit for each of the puzzles, that would be the way to go.
Yeah, I have to figure out the things, right? So I have the 3 2000s. So those are big, and it's like how many people, and like alone, I think it's gonna be hard or almost impossible, right? But yeah, I don't know. I have to figure it out. I also have 500s. There are more. Like there's a lot of Ravensburger Lord of the Ring puzzles, and I have been wondering like how many do I want to grab and collect or not. So I don't know. We'll see.
Do you need to find the one piece to rule them all, the one piece to join them, the one piece to bring them all, and then the Ravensburger bind them, right? Like, is that the...
That should be the theme of that day. Yes. I'm gonna write that down.
My Nikki is also saying that they are a Rings nerd, did the marathon in the cinema a few times, even dressed up as an elf for one. I can't say I've done the marathon in theaters, but my younger sister and I, we try to every couple of years we try to do a marathon run, and Mari and I have done the Lauder run through, and tried to make like Hobbit food throughout the day to survive, which is pretty tricky. But oh my goodness, have you all considered doing like a puzzle yoga training video of some kind, because it's got to be awkward to do the Gollum stance while puzzling on the 7000, like what what Tati's doing right now. It's a little Gollum-y.
You know, the point when we decided it was time to stop yesterday was when I told Chiara that my back couldn't stand this anymore.
It's like my back was hurting a little bit, and it was midnight, and I was like, yeah, that is the sign that we should really stop. It was tricky yesterday because it was, it was past our time, but also we know that we have a time limit today, as said before, because of the train. So there was this whole, we are not going to puzzle before the marathon. How much time do we have? Like, can we do it or not? Like, how much longer should we stay up tonight? But we'll see. Update in a few hours on whether we do it or not.
Well, we're certainly all rooting for you to be able to pull it off. I have no doubt about it. Are you guys treating it like a speed puzzle right now, or are you treating it like this is a normal puzzle and we just have a timeout limit?
I would say, like, of course, we're trying to be fast because we want to get it done, but
still like normal puzzle,
Yeah.
I would say.
yeah.
How close to your like maximum speed is your normal puzzling now?
Not at all close for me.
2/3, probably. I don't know.
But what is the
After
0
2/3.
point? Like, is 0 being not puzzling?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yeah, I always like asking math questions while people are in the middle of doing complicated things, just to throw them off a little bit.
Right? Like how many like pieces per minute are you putting in?
Oh,
And then you compare that to how many pieces per minute you put in when you run
Okay.
the fastest.
yeah, okay.
Right? That's the math. Yeah, Jimmy's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm nodding. Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, well, I don't think we should hold you back from finishing that puzzle. I would really like to see the finished photos before Kati runs for her train. So I think we'll leave you here, but congratulations, amazing time, 2,000 pieces in, let me double check the final time.
And it's like an hour.
1 hour, 45 minutes, 2,000 pieces, like mind blowing. So yeah, and
Gross.
that's not the only thousands you'll be doing today. So Have a great day, Kati and Kiara.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Bye.
They're
Yes.
two wonderful human beings, and I adore them greatly.
So we also had just 2 more finishes in the last minute. We had Sky and Chloe from the United States, followed by Anami and Ronnie from Switzerland. So those
Hey.
are the 9 finishes. We have one more for the top 10, and I'm wondering if it's going to be could it be
Paulina?
Quinta and Kira,
It might be.
or who else? Maybe let's check. Maybe Olivia. Could be Olivia and Kinga.
This is, I mean, to me, this is exciting, is not knowing which puzzle some people are on.
But
And I am going to give a huge shout out to Chloe and Sky. You know, that's another pair that's up at dark 30 in the morning, trying to do something high brain power at speed. That's just wild to me, and the fact that they did that good of a job is just really impressive. But it looks like Olivia and their partner are coming into the close as well on these triangles. You can see that that they've done a bit of a sort as well, from like the darker oranges to the lighter ones. Um, and I think that's a pretty slick tactic at this stage, is like making those clusters of colors that are really going to stand out and then working it from there. We sometimes call the tactic working in layers, where you go through and you pass a layer of one type of color all over, and then you go and you pass another layer, and you layer and layer and layer until it's done, which is really cool.
Yes.
But Olivia and King are coming into the final stages here, which is really, really exciting.
Yeah, I think Janine and Francisca are also on their final puzzle. So they have done the triangle. Yep. Okay, so a few minutes out for a finish. So it looks like Quinta and Kira might be claiming the 10th spot if nobody sneaks in beforehand. We had Joanna just finish in transition. Let's go. Yes, Quinta and Kira, 2 hours and 25 minutes. Fantastic.
Congratulations.
Woo!
Absolutely phenomenal job.
Yeah, so that's our top 10, but we have a lot still to come. I want to check in on Fruji and Rika, who I believe are also on their final puzzles. Oh, Fruji and Steffi, 10 pieces left.
Let's
on
go.
The tricky triangles. Come on.
Get those triangles out of the way, man.
Oh, so they're going head to head with Olivia and Kinga. Who's going to get there first?
Oh wow, I gotta pull it up. Let's see. Oh, they are neck and neck. I think Fuji might be able to accelerate in towards the end here. They have this mapped out pretty well. It looks like Olivia and their pair, they're split a few different places, but Fuji, they are pushing through this so quickly. Their hands are flying right now. Both of them really cruising right now, trying one piece in several different spots, and if it doesn't go, they just move on to the next one. Or as Olivia and their partner are being a little more methodical. I think that the fast action here, the physicality from Frusi's pair is going to get them to catch up and overtake here. They only have about 7 pieces remaining. I think they're going to be able to pull this out. They're down to 3. Are they going to be able to take in the next slot? And there it is. Can they hit the button?
Yay!
Congratulations,
Fruji and
Frusi.
Steffi. Yay, good job.
Steffi, well done. A top 10 finish in this pairs mini
Yes,
final,
10th.
in this pairs mini marathon. very well done.
Sorry,
And
11th.
Olivia and their partner getting ready to close it out as well. They have 4 pieces remaining. 3, 2, get that last one in. Congratulations.
Oh, fantastic, Olivia and Kinga.
Oh, wow. Amazing times by everybody. And huge congrats to both Fruji and Olivia's pair. I'm sorry I don't have the names. I think you all did an absolutely wonderful job, and that's really exciting.
Yeah. And I mean, just keep in mind, this is 2,000 pieces. Like, you know, most people take a week to do 1,000 pieces. So our pairs are just flying. We're really happy for everyone. And yeah, even if you've only just done your second puzzle or you're on your second puzzle, keep on going. You've still got, a good 90 minutes to go. And I'm pretty sure most people are beyond that. So I just saw in the, let's have a look. Aaron and Sophie about to transition. Yes.
Hey, let's go.
So Sophie is being a bit more delicate than Aaron in this transition. Understatement. And Janine and
Cautious.
Francisca are coming into the close on the chickens, but Nia and Justine are finishing up Cappy. So I think Janine and Francisca are on their 4th puzzle, so we might be coming up to seeing finish number 13.
There we go.
And a lot of flamingos and giraffes in the chat for Olivia and King. So their team at Worlds was called Puzzle Zoo, and they each had like a symbol, an animal symbol for each of them. And Olivia is the flamingo, and so that means that Kinga is the giraffe.
Aha.
And good job, Nia and Justine. Cappy is done.
Very, very, very well done. Oh wow. Well, and this is like, if you kind of break down bit by bit, right? 1,000-piece puzzle for a pair, getting that to, down to around an hour is really, really good. An hour and under for a pair on 1,000-piece is wildly great, right? So 2,000 pieces, you would think it would be about 2 hours. But there's also this case of that triangle puzzle is really, really difficult. So you ramp that up. We have so many pairs that have done a fantastic job on the time. I'm genuinely impressed by the stamina and the times that people are putting up right now. Like this is wild to me. I was expecting a lot of the pack to be closer to the 3-hour mark, or so I was thinking that several pairs would even time out. But look at how well everybody's doing right now. This is really, really impressive.
Yeah, BB and Anna just finished the triangle puzzle, and now they're going to fly into the Cappy puzzle. And we have Hannah and Rosa back. So yeah, Hannah and Rosa, you can turn your mic on.
Hello.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello there.
So tell us what you thought of the puzzles today.
Well, the triangle, it was a challenge. So, but we actually loved the other ones and they were really fast. So, yeah.
We decided to leave the triangles as the last one so that when we're done with it, it's all done. We had the exact opposite tactic than Kati and Kiara.
Yeah, I was surprised to see you leave it for last. Did you not feel like tired or like coming into that?
Not really.
No, because the other ones were fast and we knew that we just have to push this one difficult puzzle and then we're done. Then we can rest.
Yeah. So what was your strategy for the triangle puzzle then?
Picking just one color and trying to do all of the pieces with that color. And Rosa was assembling small islands and I was trying to place them, but very challenging.
We just had a finish from Jutta and Jonna from Finland.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So that's 14th place. Yes. So which was your favorite puzzle out of the 4?
I like the Smith one.
Yeah, and the chicken, that was quite fun as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we wanted to do the cherry passes like after the other, so we could use the knowledge of the piece cut we learned from the first one. So we started with the Smith because we thought that might be a challenging one, but we were flying through that.
Yeah, I mean, you are very good at busy puzzles. Have you done any of these ones before?
No, the Smith one is on its way to me.
Oh,
but it has not reached me yet. So now I have 2 copies.
Oh,
Rosa
okay.
can have that one. Rosa can have that one, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Jim has some strategy questions for you.
I mean, I have a million questions about all the things. Like, what was the conversation like whenever you saw all of those puzzles come out at the same time? Because usually it's a pick one of two, right? Or it's or pick two of four. Not here's the thing. What's the order? Like, what was going through y'all's mind at that point?
I think we decided immediately to leave the triangle last because we thought that's the most difficult. And then we were thinking maybe we begin with an easy puzzle. So one of maybe the chickens or the capybara, and then do the Japan after that, and then another easy one. But then we started to think last minute that maybe it's better to do the same brand puzzles.
One after the other.
So then we can kind of still remember the piece cut, and that might help.
Yeah, and also we decided to do the triangle one last because it can't be lifted. So when it's the last puzzle, we don't have to lift it. We just leave it here.
Yeah.
That's a really great point that you knew that brand well enough to know that might be a snag for things and sort of plot it around. That's really cool. When you say you were kind of thinking about sticking with the same brand or alternating, was that during the planning stage, or did you guys change your mind about what order to do things as you were puzzling?
At the planning stage already, we decided the order and then we didn't change it.
Yeah. Was anything harder or easier than you expected it was going to be?
I think we expected the chickens to be more difficult than the capybara, but it was the opposite way around. I think our times were pretty equal, but it felt more challenging to do the cappy.
Yeah.
So.
What do you think made it a little trickier for you guys? Out of curiosity, like I think you're right that they're probably about even. So what for you might have made it a little trickier?
A lot of orange,
yeah,
apparently.
Yeah, and also a lot of kind of brownish gray background. So kind of.
Also the orientation of the puzzle, maybe.
Yeah.
Vertical, right?
Yeah, because it was different from the chicken, so the pieces had to go the opposite way around. Kind of how to get orientated again for that.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that because I know there's always the debate with pairs about should you take a portrait and just do it landscape style like everything else, or is it easier to like wrap the brain around the image whenever it's in the same orientation? Did you guys discuss that possibility of portrait popping up ahead of time in any way, or?
No. Yeah, but it kind of was because we built it the same way than we built the landscape. So it was the same way. We just were looking at it from the sides, because usually I'm looking from like the wrong side, and Hanna has the kind of better view for the puzzle. So this was kind of the same thing, but then of course the image went to another direction. Yeah.
I use the box a lot, and she doesn't look at it like at all. Sometimes I have to tell her, like, you have to look once. You have to look. Like, this is very challenging area. Take a look. You will know what you're building.
I tell people the solution manual is right there. You're allowed to use it, right? Like, no, it's so cool, and I really like that you guys kind of had that opposite use case where one person's really using that image and the other person isn't, because then you can kind of trade off one person being in the pile and the other person kind of studying, and that probably evens out pretty well.
Rosa asks me, what is this texture, what is this thing, and I'm like, okay, it's there. I know what it is, give it to me.
What were you noticing about the tea house puzzle that helped you guys get through that one pretty quickly?
I think the middle area was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Because it was one bigger area of something, and maybe the kind of the breeches where they were also kind of more stronger red and standing out pretty nicely. And then the kind of bird
Bird
cages,
cages, yes.
and the lamps helped a lot. And then the rest was like so many cats and so many flowers everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to describe a lot of that puzzle as being really busy or being really duplicated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
there's a lot of flowers that are duplicated, but there's also, like you were saying, a lot of those little cats floating around everywhere. How do you guys like talk with each other when going through something wacky like that?
She's building something and she's saying, I don't know what it is. And then I'm trying to tell her what it might be. So
I'm saying like, here is something for you. Please figure out, it might be, I'm asking like, is there a cow? And she's like, no, there is no cows. And
it's
I'm
a
like,
cat.
It's a cat, but it looks like a cow. So it's a cowish cat and these kind of things. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen some cats that look like cows, right?
Yeah, there is one here.
Yeah, there is.
I don't know where.
Oh, there's that cat. Yeah.
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 What do you think is more likely, a cat that looks like a cow, or a cow that looks like a cat?
A cat that looks like a cow.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm not sure I would want a cow sneaking up on me. Maybe that's why they put the bells on their neck, just in case.
She's afraid of cows.
Yeah.
So we prefer cats in this pair.
All right, I have a different set of questions now because that's very important. What about cows is it that's scary?
Well, I mean, when you're hiking in the Alps, there is like warning signs that be mindful of the cows, like they will attack you because they have babies. So I've been walking in between two group of cows that went crazy, and we were in the middle and we had to kind of escape, and like it's not fun. So they actually kill more people than sharks every year. So
yeah, I was fully expecting like a fun, like, I got squirted in the eye by like milk kind of a thing, not like this is genuine life terror kind of thing. That is you almost got Simba'd there, or like Mufasa. Like, that's not okay.
yeah.
I'm glad you're all right, but I now have a healthy fear of cows as well. So thank you for informing me.
Sorry for that also.
That sounds utterly terrifying. So I'm glad that you moved on from that in a lot of great ways. And I make no apologies for those puns either. When you tell us a little bit about that triangle puzzle, because I know everybody's going to feel that as like a speed bump kind of slot. And we talked about a couple of ways that we think would work pretty well. What was your guys' tactic there?
I think Hanna did the frame first, and I was collecting everything pink, and then just kind of separated the pink pieces which had also some blue and tried to make sense of those, and then took the pinks that had some other color, and I built some small areas, and then Hanna was placing them because I didn't look at the image. And then I think we kind of started to sort a little bit based on the other colors and going through one color at a time, trying to kind of connect the small areas. So
and then we shape sorted in the end, and that really helped us accelerate.
That's cool. But I think a lot of puzzlers get stuck in this is the tactic and the strategy that I picked, so I have to make sure that it works. And it's really cool that a top pair like you guys are able to go, nope, let's shift gears here to keep things rolling. At what point did you make that decision to go full shape?
We had maybe two or three colors left.
Not much.
Not much. Maybe we could have done it even earlier, but we still felt like it was going somewhere. Also, like there are these straight lines in the middle area of the puzzle, so that was helpful for some small amount of pieces.
Yeah.
Now I know that you guys, as like the pro speed puzzlers doing puzzles in like an hour and kind of back to back. That's almost like a normal practice day, right? How is it different doing 4 of them back to back to back to back like this? Like how does that feel?
It wasn't actually that much different because we have been mostly training 1,000-piece puzzles together, and usually very difficult ones.
And we do 2 every time, almost back to back. So yeah,
we have been trying to train our stamina to keep on puzzling for a longer period of time. And also I think it paid off in the Worlds because we placed better with the 1,000-piece in the final than we did with the 500s in prelims and semi.
Yeah, I think that's really smart. A lot of pairs only did 500s running up into prep, and they kind of did 1000s as an afterthought. And I think a lot of the pairs that focused on doing the 1000s had the better success in the final because they were already ready for it. Not to mention that it was just it was an endurance run in general that whole week, right? Because you have back-to-back rounds. Every day there's more and more going on, and so you start reaching that point of needing to be able to have that endurance going through. So it's really cool that you guys are regularly doing the 1000s as a pair. Do you think that makes it easier to do the 500s or the 300s, or is it awkward gear shifting going from the different cut sizes?
No, because we train a lot of 500s by ourselves, so we just share it.
Yeah.
I think it's a good tactic for us.
I mean, clearly it is, and it seems to be working really well. Like you don't finish those kinds of puzzles that quickly, and say that something's not going well, right? Like
that's also really like cool. The last time we had a pairs Euro Jigsaw Jam, the double trouble one with 1,000 pieces, and we chose the Falcon puzzle, and almost all the other pairs chose the other colorful one, and we were sure that like this is the better choice for us, and we did the colorful one after Worlds, and we were actually faster with the Falcon. Like maybe no one else is like that, but we knew our strengths. It was different from other pairs, but it was good that we knew.
Do you how do you keep track of what you guys are good at versus things that are difficult? Because I know some pairs, they like document every little thing, and some pairs don't at all in any way, and they just kind of remember stuff. Like how do you guys know what you're good at? Is it just experience? Like tell me a little bit about that.
I think we kind of look how fast we were, and time tells us something, and then we discuss how things felt, and we discuss a lot also while we are puzzling, so we kind of know all the time what's happening from like what you are doing, what I'm doing, is it good, is it bad, but we don't write anything down. We don't keep any records. It's more like we have this vibe, and so, some kind of understanding what's happening.
And we have been puzzling together in a team from the beginning of last year, so we already, like before we started to practice as a pair and compete as a pair, we already know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and we were using that in the team. So
that makes a ton of sense.
And also I think it's because we are the opposites. Like Hanna does the busy stuff and looks at the image. I never look at the image. I like to do bigger areas, and like the worst kind of green bush or grass or fur, I tend to do well with those, but I have no clue of any details. So, but you know, so basically it's like I know what I don't like to do, and what I'm bad. Hanna is like perfect at that.
And also like when we compete in individuals, I always like, if it's a difficult puzzle for me, then I know, but it's good for Rosa, so I'm happy for her. Like
I really like that outlook of not being stressed because it's hard for you, but being excited for your pair's partner that they get to do something that they're great at.
Yeah.
That's really, really, really fun.
Yeah.
What was your favorite part of each puzzle? If there was one, or
okay, so the Japan, I think the middle, the red circle, that was my favorite.
Yeah, and I like the bridge and all the
details.
details. All the details in the Japan puzzle I like.
Yeah. And with the chicken, I think the blue hat kind of stood out. And I actually also like to do the feathers on the hats, so the top area. That was fun.
I didn't like the chicken puzzle. It's ugly. But
That's
maybe
fair.
if I have to choose something, I choose the blue wet feathers. Yeah. And in Capybara, I like the. Well,
I didn't. That was the puzzle that
you didn't like.
I didn't. I had a hard time. So
yeah, well, I didn't like that much either. But yeah, maybe I did the. Is it the sun? Oh no, it's an orange. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah,
fun.
the sun was. You did that one.
Yeah.
I think the orange was. That was fine.
Yeah, and with this
the triangle. Yeah, it was colorful.
Yeah, it's bright.
Yeah, that was the best part of it.
Yeah.
That was the nicest way of saying there's not a lot about this puzzle that you liked aside from it looked cool.
Yeah. The end result is pretty.
Yeah. And we made it when we finished, and it was that was the best part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really great. And I like how you were able to find a way to keep all of the puzzles together in some capacity. I know that the cherry posies are pretty good at sticking around, but I'm not quite as up to date on all of my Schmidt knowledge, so that's.
If the tie fit, you can lift it.
What's the strangest place that you've tried to do a puzzle pickup?
I don't do them really, so I don't know at home. But yeah.
I don't have a memory of this stuff right now.
Maybe
yesterday we picked up a 4,000 piece puzzle.
And I'm so short, so I was trying to survive. Yeah. So maybe that's the.
Yeah. But it was here, so it's not in my home, so it's not a strange place.
Yeah.
But that's
it depends on how strange your home is, right? Like it can be a strange place. The home is. Like I'm a strange person. Anything I do is by default a little strange, and that's okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of places there. Yeah. It's a strange place.
Well, what do you think? And I know that you guys have done like full out marathons before and had great times at that. What would make a marathon particularly difficult for you guys?
This was my first, so I don't know. Hanna is like seasoned.
Yeah, but I only have been to the 24-hour marathon in France. That's my only one, and
only.
Yeah. Well, only. What made it difficult was the Snowcats puzzle 2,000 pieces at 4 a.m. So yeah, they already know how to make a puzzle marathon difficult. So I'm just looking forward what they come up with next year.
That'll be pretty cool. I know that I know you guys do a lot of thinking about puzzling, Rosa. I know you have a bunch of projects on the side that are rolling. I don't know if you want to plug one of those real quick while you have the opportunity to.
Oh, where to begin? Well, maybe my newsletter, it's coming out weekly. Sometimes you get 2 every week, and it's all kind of topics. But the last one this week was about the coolest puzzle outfits from the world. And that was a really fun thing to do. And I also want to mention your hat because it was amazing. But it was not included to the article, but I have to highlight that. So it's about puzzle culture and what's happening in the puzzling world. And also I think now it's a little bit more philosophical because puzzling is a great kind of way to look at life as well. And I'm really inspired to think about life through puzzles as well.
I am now very curious about that last statement. What about life can you tell us through the puzzles that you guys did today?
Oh, well,
or just more in general. I'm curious about some of your thoughts there.
yeah, maybe it's like a kind of, you have a bunch of pieces which are things in your life, and do they fit together? Maybe you're missing something, missing a piece. Maybe it takes time to kind of connect them, but eventually you will see the bigger picture, and these kind of things that are helpful in life for me. Yeah.
That's really lovely. And sort of like finding the pieces that go together, even though they may not look initially like they should from the pile, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I really like that. That's lovely. What's the for the people who are watching or maybe listening later on down the road? What is the name of your newsletter, or how could people find you in order to check that out?
It's called Puzzle Talk, and it's on Substack, and I'm on Instagram, Puzzle Talk by Rosa. So you can go there as well and find me, and then there's a link to the newsletter as well. Yeah.
And Rosa had her first online competition, local Finnish competition, a week ago, and it was a success. I really enjoyed it. So
hey, congrats.
Yeah. So we're gonna have some online competition arranged by Rosa in the 2 more this year, right? And in the spring, some more. So maybe it's these competitions are so popular that the demand is higher than what Michelle can provide. So also it's like,
it's kind of a beginner friendly. If there is more time and you don't need to know anything, you can just come. And I think some people might have been a little bit afraid because people are so talented here on these competitions. So they're like, how could I be there? So it's something for those people. And also it's
a stepping stone.
Yeah.
It's infinite.
Yeah, so you don't need to know any other languages as well, so in order to take part. Yeah.
She also has live events and competitions, but these online ones you can do from anywhere in Finland.
What's it like to do so many different things and just be crushing it at all of them? Because you guys are amazing and just running around like crazy doing everything all over the place at the same time.
It's fun and exhausting, right?
Yeah. And I think everything supports the other kind of elements, so they all go together well. So that helps.
Yeah.
Get the overlapping synergy of things. Yeah. Oh man, that's really fun. I'm just so thrilled for you guys, and you did so well today. Do you have any advice for some of the pairs that are still puzzling, or that are still puzzling and maybe struggling a little bit and need a boost? Like what sort of things could you tell them?
You can do this. You can do this.
Yeah. That's what we keep on repeating to ourselves. We can do it. We can do it. And try to enjoy the process too. Like enjoy the process.
Yeah.
Even the top puzzlers have to tell themselves that they can do it. You don't just believe it automatically. You have to reinforce it.
Of course, we have to like make ourselves believe that we can do it.
And that helps. It helps.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool, and I think it's important to like remind some of the newbies, right, that it's not just that the top people are the top people and they never get concerned or worried, or they just like, oh well, it's Sunday morning, so this is done now, right? Like you guys are having to very intentionally do that kind of thing, which is really exciting.
Yeah, and I think this is like a lot of this is about how your mind is working, and do you get confused and frustrated, or how can you manage when it gets difficult, and how fast you're able to recover and get back to the speed and not kind of get devastated. So the mind is really important in this sports, I think.
Oh yeah, no, it's so easy, especially on a tougher puzzle or even just a section where you tried the same piece in like 10 different spots and it didn't go in, and it's like, oh man, I just what am I doing here?
Yeah.
And that eats into the time, and we're coming up on the 3-hour mark here, and so it's not just a game of like your brain staying focused for that long, it's also your brain staying focused on the not just positivity, but being able to intentionally shift gears into different strategies.
Yeah.
Keep yourself roll. So like what you guys did with going into the shape sort, right? Like you had to be in the mindset of being able to go, nope, we can do this. We just gotta try something a little different, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
And you can support each other's.
Yeah.
I think you were more better in shifting, and then I was kind of supporting and saying, let's do it. And when I get stuck, Hanna is always really encouraging, like saying you can do it. And then I'm cheering for you when you have hard times. So I think that's a beauty when you're working together.
Yes. And switching tasks, if something feels difficult, just drop it and try another place, or change places with your partner, or just change your task. Don't get stuck. Yeah, because sometimes we're very stubborn and we're like, it's going, even if it's not going. So.
Yeah, I've told I've told people a couple of times that if it is actually going in, it would be in by now. So move on to somewhere else, right? Like, I think we've all done that, where it's like, it's gonna be fine. It's only a couple more. It's going, and it's like, okay, but nothing's going in, so you gotta like, make the change you want to be in the world.
Yeah.
Oh man, do you have like Hannah? Do you have like a mental timer that goes off if you've been working on something for too long and it's like not working, or like how do you know when it's time to make a shift?
I try to make the decision very early, like, okay, this is not going. In individuals, it's easier, but in pairs, I might try working on a difficult task longer, because then I'm like, what am I gonna do if I drop this one? But there are other stuff to do. Yeah. I don't have a mental timer, but I have to like make one.
And I think in pairs it's more easier, because then I see if Hanna gets slower. I say, Hanna, what are you doing? Is everything okay?
Yeah.
And when I get slower, she's like, maybe you should do something else. So you kind of we are the timer for each other.
Yeah, that's good in pairs. Yeah.
That's I love that. Do you ever feel like you don't want to let your pairs partner down, so sometimes you stay on something a little bit longer?
Yes.
where it's like, if I don't get this done, then they're gonna have to do it.
Yeah, with the edge sometimes, like the edge is very difficult in areas, and I'm like, oh, but I don't want to have Rosa do it, because I know she's not a fan of the edge, but she's always saying like, I can do some of it, just drop it, I can do it.
And you're like, no, it's fine, it's fine.
No, it's not fine. You do it. Yeah.
Oh man, that's you guys just get together so well. How often do you get to puzzle together?
Almost every week. Like, we live just 3-4 kilometers from each other, so we puzzle together almost every week. It's off season now, but still we have. This is the third time we meet this week.
Wait, what were you doing the other 2 times? Just like for funsies practice, or do you have a marathon going?
Yesterday we were celebrating our nationals team success, doing a 2,000-piece puzzle, and on Wednesday we were doing a 4,000-piece puzzle with a group of people. Our moms and our puzzle friends were here doing a big puzzle.
Oh man, is it do your moms have do you like the other mere mortals of puzzling Do they get stressed out puzzling with you guys, or do you guys get stressed out puzzling with others, or is it just like, no, this is fun. We're here for fun.
No, Rosa's mom was sorting pieces for me, and she was like, "Oh, you can just drop. I just sorted something for you. You can just quickly drop it to the 4,000 piece puzzle area." I'm like, "Okay, thanks, Maya, but I'm not that good. Like 4,000 piece puzzle and pick and place is not that easy." My mom was mostly in the kitchen, but that's an important task too, to feed the puzzlers.
So support squad is wildly important, right?
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot of juice to keep those novels rolling. So
yeah.
Well, since we mentioned the moms, I just want to say I think it was so nice that your moms were there at the Worlds, that they puzzled solo. They also puzzled like pairs and teams. And Rosa, it was really nice when you were commentating with Jim and I, and that we saw your mom finish like with 2 minutes left before the time limit. Like that was one of the highlights of that stream, I think. Go Rosa's mom.
Yeah, then she came to me like, everyone is asking, are you Rosa's mom? Like, are you the mom? It was funny, yeah. And it was lovely. So I was happy to kind of be hosting exactly that round where she was in. Yeah.
it was so sweet because she popped up and you went, "It's my mom!" it was just so earnest and exciting. It was just a beautiful little moment with that. So.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Well, I don't want to. I know you guys have been, going like crazy. You probably have more practicing that you wanna get to.
We want to eat now.
Yeah.
You want to eat now? Okay. What's on the menu? I'm curious. Is there any?
We don't know yet. We have to go to the fridge and see what leftovers we have.
Yeah. You might want to get like some triangle based food to to get vengeance on that guy.
Yeah, actually, we have some triangle pastries left. With yeah. Her mom baked them, so yeah, we're gonna have those.
Sorry, I just have one more question, just regarding the theme of the day. Hannah, I really liked your answer. You said you could play cards for hours and watch your daughters dance for hours.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah, puzzles is the best, but if I can't do puzzles for hours, then watching dance and playing card games with my friends and family, that's my other favorite things to do.
And what's a good game for playing with teenagers?
Well, I think it's good to separate the teenagers in the different games. So like with the whole family, it's way too competitive. So have the teenagers playing different games with I'm not sure if I told you, but we played this game called Shanghai, and it's a long, like it takes 7 rounds and it has 2 decks of cards, and it takes hours.
That sounds awesome, and please send me the directions for that, because I'm always interested in complicated in complicated game sets.
Yeah, and with my friends, we usually do a puzzle also, like, because when you're done, like when it's going well, then you can just take your cards to the table, and then you're free to do a puzzle and just pay attention when it's your turn. So we're doing a puzzle and card games at the same time.
I love how your excuse for that is that it's while other people are like taking their turns, not you can't stop puzzling and you need an excuse in order to do it. Like,
yeah, my goddaughter was like, "Stop doing the puzzle," to me and her mom, like, "Stop doing the puzzle, it's bothering me." And we are like, okay, we try to concentrate on the card game only.
But that's funny that you're doing a puzzle alongside of the card game. But that is one of the things, like my family used to play a lot of cards when we were younger, and I remember there's always this thing about like, hurry up, like you're waiting for your turn to come, and sometimes people are like really like considering, and it is kind of like this like downtime that you're kind of like a bit nervous, like waiting for the next one. But yeah, if you had a puzzle on the side, you kind of like, oh, is it my turn now? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Exactly, that's how it works.
So a new marathon of puzzling and playing cards at the same time. Yeah, fantastic. Oh, well, thanks so much, Hannah and Rosie. You did amazing today, and
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch and the rest of the day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So we have just, we're up to, so Inka and Nora on screen right now. You can see they're lining up their puzzles. Fantastic. 4 puzzles done. We're just over 3 hours now, so 3 hours and 8 minutes. And that looks fantastic. So we have 36 pairs have finished so far.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, this is amazing considering, you know, the 2,000 pieces and very different styles of images. So we're really pleased to see how the pairs are getting on. And let's yeah, so a lot of people are working on the triangle puzzle.
Congrats to SJ who finished. I know you're feeling the heat after all of that, which is wild. Inka and their pair partner just finished up. Yeah, Matt, there were 4 puzzles in this particular mini marathon, 4 500-piece puzzles. So at the very start, everybody got to unwrap them, and then they picked which order they were going to do them in, and then went back to back from there as quickly as they could. And we're coming up on the 3 hours and 3 hours and a little over 9 minutes here in this mini marathon. SJ is saying not looking forward to going back and noting the times we got on each puzzle. SJ, I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised at how you did, because these are not easy puzzles. I think that I don't think there was anything in here that was an outright, you know, smash easy peasy puzzle. I think it all was kind of like the medium grade up to triangles. So you should be really, really proud of yourself, SJ. These are tricky.
Yeah, congrats to Bibi and Anna, just finishing with the capybara and starting with the chickens. We're also seeing Aaron and Sophie starting their 4th puzzle. They chewed through the triangles, then they did the chickens and the Japan, and now they have a breezy capybara to finish off the mini marathon. So yeah, keep on going.
You guys have like just under 50 minutes left. Aaron and Sophie, you can totally knock this out. Team believe all the way. Guzzle that puzzle and get going. Always like seeing the flip transition when people start the next puzzle. Like, that's the reset button. That's where you get to like set the pace for the next round. And you can see that BB and Aaron and Sophie, those pairs are cruising on to the next round, which is great. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see Lee and their pair. They're finishing up that triangle puzzle. They have 2 different boards going. I'm not entirely sure how it's sorted. But they're trying to knock that out. You can see that after 3 hours, that stamina is starting to hit in, and it's real easy to kind of give in to the slurge. Just the bog down that can happen at this point, both mentally, physically, attention wise. It all starts adding up. But sort of like what Hannah and Rosa were saying, cheer each other on and keep on cruising, right? Or channel your inner Kati and Kiara and just treat this as a warm up for the next 7,000 pieces that you're going to put in later today, right? So keep on cruising. This isn't the end. This is the beginning of the next rounds of puzzles.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, I mean, we're at 3 hours and 12 minutes now, but you know, most of these pairs have not gone to the toilet or had a sandwich or, you know, had a coffee in the meantime. Like, they are saving, most of them are saving that for later. So they are, yeah, really testing their endurance. And yeah, this is very different to like casualing, you know, doing normal casual puzzling where you take a sip, take a bite to eat, and you just kind of do it. Like, they're pushing the intensity here. So we're proud of everyone as to how they're going. Now, I just wanted to check, Minika, if you're still in the meeting, you can, yeah, turn your camera on, and yes, there we go. Hello, Minika and Delia.
Hello.
Hello there.
So tell
Good to
us,
see you.
yeah, good to see you. Tell us how you enjoyed these puzzles today.
Since we are sisters, we tend to do things at the same time. So no, we really enjoyed them. The images were very cool. I had already done the Schmidt before, the tea ceremony. The others were brand new to both of us.
And we never do pairs together before, so this was kind of cool to try it, because I usually puzzle with Sandra. She just walked in, so she's too late for this, but maybe we can do some other puzzles.
Exactly. And normally my pair partner is Chantal, who was also at Worlds, but she had to work. So
Yeah, well,
so
you
a
did an
crime of
amazing time.
opportunity. A crime of opportunity, and you put up an amazing time. Does
Yeah,
that
we didn't
does that
expect it, I guess.
no, we were surprised to be that fast.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious, because that was really well done. Why weren't you expecting to go that fast? Because you clearly do.
Well, it's mainly because we never puzzled together. We've done one pairs puzzle together, and that was the pink car. Don't know if you know that one. The blue car. The blue car. It's
Okay.
and that's a very much okay. There's a green bit, there's a pink bit, and there's a blue car. And these were all very much more busier puzzles. And because we never puzzled together, we just went in with no expectations. It's like, let's just do this and have fun.
Gotcha. So it wasn't expecting to do well. It was wasn't expecting to do anything other than maybe a puzzle.
Yeah, just have fun and relaxed puzzling.
I
So
was sort of
no
expecting
stress.
to do all four, but
Yeah, okay. I was expecting to do all four too, but
Were you guys feeling stressed at all, or was it just like kind of chillaxed? Like,
no stress at all.
No. No, I don't get nervous that much anyway. And for this, because this came up only a week and a half ago, I think,
Something like that.
that someone couldn't make it, and we took over the puzzles. I think the only one that sort of, well, not even stressed me out, but the geometrical and the triangles, it's not my favorite. It's still fun, but I prefer something with more of an image.
Yeah, but I was really okay with it because it's more like my style. Just go for it and look for one color and just fit it in.
Yeah.
that makes sense. It seems like a lot of pairs were kind of using that methodology. What do you think let you guys have a little bit of an edge to do as well as you did on that front? Because even though it was a similar tactic, you like somehow, you guys did really well there. So what is the secret sauce?
I think we know each other so well because we're sisters. So I think we sort of know what to expect from each other. We do know each other's strengths because we puzzle in a team as well. For instance, for the tea ceremony, we start with a quick flip. Then Delia started on the border, and since I had done that one, I could tell her, okay, do the border and the bottom bit with like the bridge and the waves. And I usually, my puzzling is complete chaos.
I don't like it.
I got told off after my semi-final at Worlds because it looked like my puzzle had like exploded all over the table.
Yes, I was putting my hands into my face and what is she doing?
So that does, I mean, since I know that she's very structured and very, I mean, I can tell her, can you do that? And then I'll look up 10 minutes later and it's done. So I can just sort of go more into the pick and place and just do little bits. And because it is only 500 pieces, there's not like huge projects for most of the puzzles. But we do, and we just say to each other what we're doing. That really helps.
Yes, and I started shape sorting with the geometrical puzzle. And then after that, we just put everything in. We should have done it sooner, but let's talking after.
I really like that idea of it doesn't need to be stressful. It's just well, this is the thing that we're gonna do. Because I know a lot of puzzlers, they get into that mindset of this is stressful. Oh my God, what do I do next? What's the next thing? what's it like to just be a cucumber that's that cool?
Oh, no, I am not a cucumber at Worlds. So, but this is just for fun, so I can relax and just enjoy the puzzle and look at the puzzle, not just for one piece and get stressed if I don't find it. So
yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, but if you go back to the live streams and watch the interview with Delia in the live stream after she'd finished her semi-final puzzle, she was not cool as a cucumber.
Well, to be fair, everybody was melting a little bit under under that condition. So lukewarm as a cucumber might also count.
maybe.
Slightly cooked, yeah.
Oh man. Well, what's it? Tell us a little bit about what was going through your minds whenever you first saw all of these puzzles come out.
I think my first guess was, oh, these are cute, and yeah, we can do this.
Yeah, my first thought was, well, I haven't done any of them. Great.
Yeah.
So I like doing puzzles.
Do you ever do reruns at all, or just
Yes,
or do
I
you
do
just tend
sometimes,
towards the new ones?
Maybe after a year or so, if I still have it.
Yeah, I've done a few speed puzzle runs. I joined the UK JPA for a few. So I did the Kitten in the Cup one, and I did the Elena Essex one. I've done a few of the Speed Puzzle Pals ones as well. If I own the puzzle, then I'll probably do it a few times. For the UK ones, I ended up doing one of them 18 times, I think. Which does get some stress on the puzzle pieces, I will add. It does, some of them may not be very much doable again.
Yeah, there's sort of an upper there's sort of an upper limit of how many times you can hit a redo before everything starts like falling apart in your hands a little bit. So.
And they get so loose, nothing fits anymore.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, and one of the
or they fit way better because of that.
Yeah, they fit easier. That's true.
Yeah, because there's always that like one piece that you can't remember where it goes. And so if you really jam that in the wrong place a couple of times, eventually it goes wherever you need it to.
I've had this puzzle. I ended up throwing it away. I had a puzzle with this very hard garden with like a bridge, and everything under the bridge was completely black. And the thing is, this puzzle only had pieces with 4 ins and 4 outs.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was sort of my reaction. Yeah, and in the end,
no.
I mean, you've seen me hit the table at Worlds, and that was me just going with every piece going, that's where it goes.
Gotcha. That same sort of it's done now energy.
Yeah, it's good enough. I'm not spending time on this anymore.
Wait, somebody, Matt in the comments was saying that you're volcanic. She even does tectonic earthquakes on tables. We saw that at Worlds.
Yeah, I'm still a bit embarrassed about it, but I have to say that Adam, my table partner, he was absolutely amazing about it. Of course, it wasn't fun for him, but I apologized, and he was like, "Okay, it happens. It's just emotion." And I think it will be something to add to my portfolio of weird stories of puzzling.
I'm now desperately curious about what are some of the other stories in that portfolio.
Oh, I can tell you at least one. We had Dutch Nationals in June. And we were in a sports hall, and all the puzzles were on the benches in the dressing rooms. But everything we had left over was to the side. In the shower area, and at one point I was looking for something, and I accidentally bumped into one of the stacks, and one of the showers turned on.
Oh no!
Over cardboard boxes filled with puzzles. So I ended up holding an empty box underneath the shower to maybe get some of the water.
Oh no!
Yeah, and then basically I was soaking wet. Some of the puzzles had a little water. It wasn't a lot, luckily, but I had to dry them quickly because it is paper, so it will soak it all up. So I was standing there in the dressing room drying puzzles on my t-shirt and on my skirt, just wiping them off. Meanwhile, someone went to the bar to get like a mop and stuff to get all the water off the floor. So we cleaned it up. It wasn't a lot of damage. Everything was fine. And then the next day, on Sunday, someone else bumped into the shower.
And Minneke jumped in to save the puzzle.
Yeah, because she basically froze. She's like, what do I do? And I was like, save the puzzle. So I jumped into the shower. They went to get them up again. And the guy behind the bar immediately said, is it Minneke again?
Oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can. There's proof. There's a picture on my Instagram of me like sopping wet, standing there.
So moral of the story:
amazing.
don't store your puzzles next to a shower.
Yeah. We think we might do that differently next year. Yeah.
Or have a designated chair umbrella, right? Like that would be the other way to go.
Yeah, we can ask Charlie to hold the chair over it. That's very good. Yeah. Yeah.
That is absolutely wild, and I'm glad that you dried off and somehow survived.
Yeah, well, I was complaining on both days how hot it was, so it may have been karma just getting me. It's like, you're hot, okay, fine, cool off.
Yep. Here you go. Yeah, that's how it always rolls.
Yeah.
Well, since this went pretty well, are you guys thinking about doing more pairing down the line?
Well, Sandra said,
or maybe even pineappling. I don't know.
I'm probably not allowed to. Well, I think Sandra and Minneke are equally good, so I think I will stay with Sandra. I cannot do that. I cannot do it not with her.
No, I think the mother-daughter gets preference over the sisters in this case, but we are still a team.
But my son just started, and he has potential. So who knows? Maybe I have a different partner next year.
That if you can't find a partner that works well, homemade is fine.
Homemade,
right?
yes.
Like, yeah.
I have some spares.
No, we all come from a puzzling background, basically, or a games background, more like that. I mean, our parents played bridge together for 47 years. My dad played games with us when we were small. He puzzled as well. He had a 5,000-piece Night Watch puzzle from Rembrandt, which he never finished, and which ended up in the basement with, I think, a few hundred pieces missing. And then my mom just went 5 years later and, okay, we're throwing this away now. It's yeah, it had mold and it was not nice. It's like, yeah.
It was a project.
Yeah. No, but we grew up doing puzzles. We started out with like the little wooden ones where you have like the cutouts and you put them in. And later on went to 200 pieces, 500 pieces, 1,000 pieces. And currently we're starting to get into the larger piece counts. We just bought a few really big ones. There's a 40K waiting for us. There's a 32, 18.
Oof.
And I just got my hands on the Keith Haring puzzle of 32,000 pieces. So I'm really looking forward to that one. Yeah.
In what time and space are you going to be able to do that?
Well, space, her house, because it's bigger than mine. Time, I have no idea.
We make time. We just have to.
I mean, we don't live that far apart, so I can just drive to her house and pick up Sandra on the way, and we can just work on it and then do other fun stuff as well. I mean, we're going to be doing a 2,000 puzzle this afternoon.
So wait, you got out of one mini marathon, and then you're going to do another one.
Well, this is a 2,000 piece puzzle, just one puzzle, but we do advent calendar exchanges. So we make advent calendars for each other. But I bought a really cool 2,000 piece, and it's more fun to do it together and then give it to the person who's getting it.
Yes, 2,000 is a bit big, but it's just so spot on for her. So we're going to do that.
I saw the puzzle and I have to buy this for her, and it has to be her advent calendar.
What? Okay, now I'm curious. What is it? Or are you allowed to say?
No,
okay.
No,
okay.
I can get it. Right?
She's not going to watch. She's not allowed to know. So
that's lovely. That's lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really like how it seemed like for a while a lot of the big piece count puzzles were either just landscapey or like an IP based thing, and now they're starting to make like, you know, some fun images that are at that scale, which is really cool.
Yeah, I don't know how old this one is. I got it from a thrift shop, but it was brand new, all sealed in the bag. So someone bought it, thought it would be fun, and then didn't do it. So now I get to. But you're right, a lot of the bigger puzzles are more IP based. I am sitting next to two 6,000 piece puzzles, Disney and Pixar.
Yeah.
Yeah, puzzles are slowly taking over my house. My husband is not happy. He's on the couch and he's grumbling.
I know the feeling. Mari's going through I think it's the 40,000 Disney puzzle, that collage thing.
Yeah.
Little by little. I'm not upset about it. I think it's fascinating and wonderful, and everybody that does it is amazing. So it's really, really cool. I did want to ask. The theme is, what other sorts of hobbies do you marathon in? I'm curious, how does one marathon singing?
You go to karaoke, Jim.
Okay. So do you do solo karaoke parties that go for hours?
I actually do sing a lot. I'm in a musical company. We do amateur musicals. We're going to be doing Beauty and the Beast next year. I'm also in a choir that's more like close harmony jazz type stuff. And I also do a few projects. So I'm in a project choir for next year. That's all kinds of things. It ranges from musical to pop songs to more church type music. That's everything. And for the karaoke, there's a very nice bar in our town that hosts karaoke about once a month. And we go usually with a group from the musical. And we end up just singing along with everyone. And it's so much fun. And I love singing. So
that's absolutely phenomenal. And I wasn't expecting that at all.
You weren't expecting me to be a theatrical person?
He's such an introvert.
We should have known that. Like, I mean, you are such an extroverted, colorful personality. Like, you just like radiate sunshine wherever you go with your little puzzle box bag. Yeah, no, that's really great to know that you do music and karaoke.
And we wanted to organize a karaoke party at Worlds, but it didn't quite work out. So maybe next year.
Do it.
Yeah, I know.
Absolutely do it. And I expect that the World's Rap be one of those songs.
Of course.
Pops up somewhere.
If I have to do if I have to make the karaoke track myself, it will be there.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Because Michelle's lyrics are straight fire on that, and I think that should just become a thing. Full stop.
Yeah. But that is one of the things where Delia and I don't really. We're not really alike. I'm the super extroverted one, and she's like the very sweet and very introverted one.
I'm a good listener.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to sing for yourself; it's another to sing for an audience that enjoys it, right? Like that's.
Yeah. I'm very proud of her. So.
No.
I love to be married with
My husband is also he's sort of in between. So he's like, yeah, I think the characterization is right.
I heard him a little bit through the mic, but not fully when he was sitting there. So. No, it's so cool. Like I know I asked her, how do you have time to do all of the things? Because are you singing while you puzzle? Like I do that. I'll like whistle or like. Okay. All right.
When I was doing I think it was my semi-final. There was one song just stuck in my head. I'm like, don't sing, don't sing, don't sing. Oh, it was Surface Pressure from Encanto.
That won't keep you down. Whoa.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Right. I don't know why. I can't remember why. That's the weird thing.
Any number of reasons. It's a great bop, right?
Yeah.
It's all like. Also, I just like the idea of dancing donkeys for some reason. So that
yes,
that always does it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if we ever did Encanto with the musical, I would want to be her.
True facts.
Yeah.
I'm very much a Luisa stan. So, Delia, what sort of hobbies do you have outside of puzzling that might be time commitments?
Well, long ago, I was a drafts player, international and Dutch championships. So I'm used to sitting at a table for hours straight. And so I did competitions. I also did Sudoku and logical world championships. So that's even more intense than jigsaw puzzling because you're concentrating. There's no noise. It's really different, and also it's really the same kind. The people are very, very nice, and you just have fun if you're not top players. But I also like board gaming a lot, crafts, reading. You name it, and I'll do it.
Oh man, you shouldn't have given me that opening, because now I'm trying to think of like underwater basket weaving kind of stuff. Or...
Is there a club around? I will go. Yes.
We'll try everything once.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh man, that's hey, go for it. Let me know how it goes. I expect a full report in a couple of weeks. That's it's surprisingly technical, actually. I didn't know that about underwater basket weaving. I learn new things every day.
So if we have to make up a sport, we usually use underwater full contact marbles.
I'm actually all for that.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic.
Yeah, but there are also sports that sound made up, but they're real. I mean, have you ever heard of chess boxing?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Michelle hasn't, I can tell.
No, I haven't heard of that.
No,
you move a piece and then you get to punch the other person, or what?
So you do a round of boxing, and after the boxing, you will do a couple of moves, and then you go boxing again.
Oh wow!
So if you hit really hard on the head, then the moves won't be very good.
Yeah, it's like if I remember right, it's like you get it's like 3-minute rounds of each. So you'll do 3 minutes round of boxing, and then 3 minutes of chess clock, and then 3 minutes around box. And there's a timer on the chess board as well, so you can run out of time before you get like hit the head so hard that you can't remember to move.
Yeah.
Which is just bananas. And yeah, I'm not sure I would participate in that. But
I suck at chess and I'm not strong, so no.
There's also a tournament in the Netherlands. It's called schafeltennis. It's translated as chess table tennis. So you do table tennis, and after that you just play a game of chess. So it's not combined, but it's an official tournament.
Okay. All right, I'm going to spitball something crazy here, and you guys will have to workshop it. All right. What if you did puzzle chess while puzzling a chessboard?
Oh, that's very cool.
So like instead of doing like chess puzzling, it's puzzle chess and puzzle. You know what I mean? Like that kind of flip the thing.
Yeah, but if you have a chessboard puzzle,
it's really hard.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really hard.
You need to do that within like the normal puzzle chess time. You'd have to have like an hour and a half each.
Well, that's normal.
Yeah, that's normal to be chess times. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And SJ is in the chat saying that they'd pay good money to go back in time to see Muhammad Ali do chess boxing.
Yeah, and against someone like maybe Bobby Fischer or something, like a really good boxer and a really good chess player.
Oh wow!
Sorry, I have to interrupt. Natalie and Johannes, use the timer website. Done on the timer website. Natalie and Johannes.
Do the thing. Yay, huzzah.
This reminds me on Michelle, you might remember this.
Click done. It hasn't registered yet.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Natalie and Johannes, thank you. Good job.
Michelle and I have both competed in the Giucari, the Italian competitions. And there you have to take a picture of your finished puzzle and send it in the chat. And if someone forgets, and then the presenter usually shouts the YouTube stream going, photo!
Take the photo! Yeah.
And look at this. I love this. Yuka has also just finished. Let me see. Who was that? His pair was Sana. Yuka and Sana. Look at that. 4 puzzles. Nice there for a final image. That's what I want to see on Instagram. Awesome. Very satisfying. Yeah, so we actually have like 20 minutes left. So we're gonna hopefully see a few more finishes. We do have roughly like 25 or so pairs still puzzling, but I hope most of them are on their fourth. But yeah, it's been really fun, Monica and Delia, and thanks so much for puzzling as a pair. Maybe we'll see this again in the future. If some other people drop out, have some alternative plans, and you can jump in together. But
I'll certainly be back because I did purchase a few more of the HJJs, so
yes,
I will.
That will be awesome to see you also do some solos. So thanks so much, Monica and Delia.
Thank you so much. See you next time.
Congrats.
Yeah, so I do see a lot of triangle puzzles at the moment, and just going to fill up the screen that we can get a few more on. So somebody wrote a very interesting comment. They said that they like juggling, and they said in fact they are at a juggling festival right now, and I wanted to know more. So Esther and Anarus, if you are there, you can turn your mic on.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Anne-Roos.
Yes, you have an interesting background. Are you at a sports club?
Yes, so we are in Enschede at the Autumn Juggling Convention.
At the
That is
juggling
absolutely
convention.
fantastic.
So I bought this EJJ, but then later it was announced that this juggling festival was this weekend. And Esther is also a juggler, so we thought, let's do it here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Because yeah, the question was, what would you also do for 4 hours? Can you really juggle for 4 hours? I guess you would lose concentration and drop some balls.
Of course, without dropping it, it's very hard. Can show you a little bit more of the gym, the people.
That is amazing. And I've seen I'm not is it called combat juggling? I don't think you guys are doing a lot of that. But I've seen that where you try to like knock away the
yesterday night it was a fight night, and then two people fight. You have to try to knock the pattern of the other one down.
Oh wow.
And there's also juggling volleyball where you throw the clubs across the net.
That is fascinating. Yeah, so how many people are at this event?
Now there are not that many anymore. How many people are here? Maybe 100. It's a small festival.
Only 100 of people juggling and throwing things all over the place. That is wildly impressive.
In this the last summer, the European Juggling Convention was in the Netherlands, and that was I think 6,000 people.
Oh wow, yes. So it does sound small in comparison, but on the other hand, 100 people all doing the same hobby sounds like a really big group. But 6,000 is enormous.
Yeah. And just like puzzling, it's a very nice community. So
yeah. So tell us how you what your decision making was when you saw the puzzles today.
So you said that one was really loose, and I wanted to keep them all whole, so we chose to do that one as last. So I figured out that it would be the Hachette one. And I'm glad that we did that one last because it really killed us. After 2 hours, we finished the third three puzzles. And then we did like 1.5 hours for that one. We really didn't know how to solve it. We were just like hypnotized.
You fell prey to the hypnotic powers of the triangles, yeah?
Yeah, I guess we have to watch back the live stream to see how other people do it.
What did you end up relying on how to get through it? Did you just brute force line by line, or did you do a shape sort? Like what ended up working for you in your time of need?
Picking a color and sorting them by the color that's most on the puzzle pieces. So we have a pile of pieces that are mostly red, and then we were just saying, okay, I need a piece that's mostly red with a little bit of yellow, and you look in that pile, but it was really slow and painful.
Yeah, no, it's a really tricky one. Were you also surrounded by people juggling things over top of the table at some point? Like, were there other distractions going on?
There were some people cheering us on from above here, or they were getting us some water or unpacking my snacks for me.
Wait,
Also, they
did they
brought in different chairs because we had folding chairs that were horrible.
did they give you water like a sports racing pit crew? Like somebody just kind of like put a water bottle like right next to you so you wouldn't have to look up?
No, it's just that my bottle finished, so I asked them to refill it.
That makes a lot of sense. Is this the strangest place that you've tried to do a mini marathon or even a puzzle marathon or a puzzle?
I haven't done that many marathons before. I don't know. Just in the garden or you take one on a holiday, but not really strange places other than that. There are some puzzlers here, so we do sometimes do a puzzle together.
Well, we have about 15 minutes left for our puzzlers at this point. What sort of advice would you want to give everybody that's still chugging away here?
Well, it's finite. There will be an end. Just keep struggling and have fun.
And my encouragement might be if you finish early, you might see some of the juggling going on in the background there.
Yeah, we might have more of the convention left. Yeah, so that last puzzle.
Yeah,
anyway,
what went through your minds as you when you all like first opened the bags and saw what puzzles were there?
The Schmidt one I had done before, so that helped a lot. The Japanese one, and I was surprised that the Teddy Boxies ones were in one pack. I thought it would be 2 in 1 box. We just chose one. I don't know why we chose that one. We started with this one.
You started with which one? Sorry.
The capybara.
Okay. Did you just go Schmidt? Did you just go cherry posy to cherry posy, or?
Yeah, so that you're used to the pieces.
That makes a lot of sense, and that's what Hannah and Rosa were saying, is that they were initially thinking, we'll go easy to easy, and then they switched it up at the last minute. So
Yeah,
in the good thought process there.
I guess you could look at the piece cut from the other puzzle, but we didn't do that.
That would be impressive, but probably a little tricky.
Also, probably not that fast.
What did the conversation like sound at the table that you guys are at as you're going? Like, were you being pretty jokey about things? Were you being very specific, or like what does it sound like to be at the table where you guys are going?
So we had fun. We had some conversations with the people cheering us on, and sometimes like, I don't know what to do.
Does it feel strange to be puzzling at a juggling thing, or does it feel strange to be at a juggling thing while puzzling is going on?
No, it feels okay. The hardest thing was to find a power outlet that works, because many of them didn't work for some reason. So that's why we are sort of in half in
between bleachers. No, it seems like a great place to be, and I'm excited that you had some fans. Considering that you now have 4 separate puzzles, are you going to try to convert any of the other jugglers to the puzzling dark side?
Maybe. We had at least someone who thought that the triangle one was fun, so I hope to sell it to her. Thank you, please.
What sort of race do you think would be a fair comparison for doing a 500-piece puzzle versus juggling? Like, Like what would be a good like comparison baseline?
Yeah, you have like endurances that you just like who can juggle the longest with like 3 clubs or 5 balls or 7 balls.
What's your preference on juggling? Like, do you prefer balls, pins, chainsaws?
I mainly juggle balls, but I also juggle balls with my feet as well. So I lay on the ground with my arms and legs up, and then juggle with my hands and feet.
Oh, that
Wait,
sounds exciting. Juggling with your hands and with your feet. What kind of balls? Well, how big are the balls?
I can just show you again. Oh, there's one in here. That's scary.
And you can juggle that with your feet?
Well, a little bit. I can catch them with my feet and do a little throw.
Would you like to give a demonstration?
I don't know if I can. I'm a little bit scared, but okay. I guess we killed the live stream.
You may want to put her on the big screen there, Jill, just in case. Yeah, there we go. All right.
Oh, wow. Look at that control. Woo!
That is just silly.
We are seeing Anna Roos juggling balls with her hands and feet on the floor. This is amazing. Come back and stop at 3 hours and 15 minutes if you want to watch this.
It is silly how good you are at that, and I can barely get my socks on correctly.
Well, it started out of laziness. So I didn't want to stand up anymore while juggling.
I call shenanigans. That cannot be from laziness. That is pure skill and hours and hours and hours of practice.
Also, but I started it because I was like, okay, I want to juggle, but I don't want to stand up, and then you try things out. Yeah, but feet are very slow to learn, and the toes are very small compared to fingers, so it is kind of hard.
I would love to see some kind of juggling / puzzle combination come about. Maybe you juggle, you catch them on your feet, then you put in like a piece of the puzzle, and then you get to use your hands again.
Yeah, like you have to like do 100 catches or something, and then you can do 5 minutes of puzzling.
or even just I don't know. There's probably a big piece size, like 50-piece puzzle that you could do with your toes or something like that. Like I'm sure that there's something along those lines, or do them in Velcro so that way you can put them above you.
Oh, you want to do it with the feet? Well, I don't know if I can like grab things like that with my feet.
What do you think is like a similar tool or like thought process or skill that overlaps between juggling and puzzling?
I think both is about recognizing patterns. And also focus. Yeah, you focus for a while. Yeah, the attention.
Tell me a little bit about the pattern recognition, because I understand, like my dad is a magician and ventriloquist, so I understand, but I don't think that a lot of the people watching this kind of get the same intuition on that. So what do you mean by the pattern recognition in juggling and in puzzling?
Well, puzzling, you of course try to match the colors and the shape, that kind of patterns, but in juggling you have different kind of patterns. You have like the normal ones, just maybe a guy can show it, like the cascade. This is the cascade with 5 balls. So that's a 1 pattern, but you can also do side swaps. Maybe you can do probably 6, 4, 5. Hey, live demonstration.
So there's a lot of mechanics that are involved that are repeatable, even though there might be little changes to the environment or what tools you're using. Yeah.
Yeah, and also you have to adjust, of course, because your throws are not always 100% accurate. So you have to recognize.
How different is it doing juggling on your own versus with a partner?
Well, with a partner, it's usually more fun, but it can also be frustrating if you try to land a trick, but you alternate in dropping. There's more drop chance.
So it's interesting because a lot of times in puzzling, having the other partner there increases your chances of success. But it sounds like having another partner in juggling increases the chance of problems.
Well, it also depends if you see dropping as a problem, of course. We as jugglers don't see that as much of a problem as the audience does.
Really?
Yeah. So really, the audience sometimes remembers a drop. Well, yeah. The tricks in between are more important, I think.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. It's more of a I'm surprised how sort of the shift in importance, because there's always a couple of things that if it gets dropped it's fine. It's more like some of the big showy things are the important ones. Whereas in puzzling, if there's a piece that you drop, then sometimes people treat that as like a class 1 emergency. We have about 6 minutes remaining for folks that are still puzzling, so keep going strong, finish. There's so many people that are really, really close, they can do it. Have you ever like dropped a piece and then stressed about it really, really badly?
Not really. If you don't know where it goes, that is stressful. But like if it goes on the other side of the table at a competition, then you don't know in what kind of chair or bag it lands. But usually at home, it's just reachable. It's just another 5 seconds that you have to search for it. Or sometimes I wait till I finish the flip so I can drop more pieces before I pick up.
We're going to start new games.
So the juggling games are starting here, and I think there will be too much noise. So I think I should mute my mic.
Well, have fun with the juggling games, and congratulations on a great finish, and good luck in your next round of games.
Yeah, thanks so much, Esther and Anna Roos. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yes, and we just had a few finishes. Aaron and Sophie just finished.
Hey!
Bibi and Anna.
Congrats.
Isa and Jenny in the last minutes. So congratulations. Now you can heave a big sigh of relief and grab something to eat and drink. So we have, just under 4 minutes to go. Who could we see another finish? But remember, every piece counts. There are several people who are still puzzling, so we will count pieces at the end.
Yeah, get as many in as you can, right? Like like if you're close, finish strong. If you're not close, still finish strong. You're coming up at the end of a 4-hour mini marathon, so now's the time to dig deep, get that last little push, hit the accelerator, get just a few more pieces in. Not just for the standings, but for yourselves, because this is a marathon and you're pushing yourselves to the limit if you've never done it before. I know a lot of people, this is their first taste of a marathon, even if it's in a small case. Doing it with somebody else at this scale is huge and a big accomplishment. So keep going as best as you can right now.
Yeah, so on screen right now we have Beth and Gemma with the Japan puzzle, done a significant, so they've done the strip at the bottom with the waves and the bridge, and a big chunk in the middle where you have like this not a sunset, but like this pinkish sky in the background. So done a really big chunk there. We've got Alexandra and her pair working on the outside of the chicken, so pretty much like the background is done and the hats, and it's about filling in those chicken faces. Also have Lisa and her pair going with that one. So that was Alexandra and Agata, and that Lisa's pair is Vicky, Lisa and Vicky.
And you see Paulina being very methodical on that triangle puzzle, and Sana Donna and their pair partner going through the tea house, I believe. You can see that they can smell that the timer's going, so they're trying to pick out specific pieces, moving as quickly as they can. Christine and their pair partner doing a great job on that triangle puzzle. It's such a difficult one, and it looks like they've done some sorting. We have about 1.5 minutes remaining, and just get as many pieces in as you can. Everybody is doing such a great job here. And to do a puzzle in an 1.5 hours, 2 hours is impressive. To do a puzzle in 3 hours is wild. To do 4 puzzles in this time is amazing, and to have people get so close to the time is really, really phenomenal, and you should all be proud of yourselves. But keep going, because there's 1 minute left and you can get just a few more pieces in here.
Yeah, so we see for the puzzles that are left, I would say it's about 70% triangles. We do have a couple of chickens, but it looks like everyone's done the capybara. So yeah, it's either chickens. Yeah. There's a couple of Japan puzzles, but the rest are the triangles. Oh, no, I do see a capybara. Sabina is working on the cappy.
Well, as the name suggests for the triangles, try, keep going, push as much as you can. And if you're on the chicken puzzle, keep chicking out those pieces to see where they go. I'm sorry, that was. If you're on the capybara puzzle, put a cap on the end of this. Finish it strong. If you're on the tea house, tee yourself up for success. Keep getting just a few more in. I know we're coming close to the end.
0. Sorry, I was too obsessed with Jim's puns. I wasn't paying attention. 4 hours is up. Congratulations, everyone. You just puzzled intensely for 4 hours with your pair. Congratulations. You have
very,
done
very
amazing.
well done.
So yes, you can take a big breath and start to count up your leftover pieces.
Yeah, breathing's important, just in general. I know a lot of people forget that.
As it says on the puzzle mood board, don't forget to breathe.
Yeah.
So yeah, on the timer website, there is a box where you can put in the number of leftover pieces, and that will be used for the final rankings. But I'm very impressed with everybody's stamina. I mean, 4 hours intensely is a big challenge.
Yeah, I mean, even Michelle and I are doing a lot. Michelle's doing so many things behind the scenes, but we're able to hit the pause button, get a drink, something like that. You all who are puzzling and who did puzzle and finish, that's wildly impressive to do that without any breaks. You guys are all fantastic human beings and should be really proud of yourselves. This is not easy, and it's none of these puzzles are super straightforward. So very, very well done.
Yeah, Sabina, you wrote 157 pieces left in the Google chat. You can actually do that on the website. Then we have it all together with the rest of the results. So please check your phone where you have the timer website up and enter the amount in there.
Yeah, so as everybody's counting pieces or counting on their successes and counting on their partners, just a quick shout out to everybody that was in the YouTube chat today, giving support to other players and to us, and just cheering everybody on. I love how positive the puzzling community is and how everybody is just cheering for each other. It's just a beautiful thing.
Yes.
And congrats, Christine.
Yeah, so Lisa, please write your number of pieces into the timer website where you registered before the competition. And so now I'll be interested to see how many people leave it there, go do something else, and maybe finish those puzzles tonight or tomorrow. I mean, you've got this far. I mean, we can see some really big chunks done, and yeah, if you could, I would encourage you to not crumble it up and push it away, but to finish it on a bit later. Okay, so I'm still waiting for some more more piece counts to come through. And yeah, so while we're waiting, Jim, what's something that you could do for 4 hours or more?
I mean, talk about puzzles, apparently. That seems to be the man, for 4 hours or more straight. I don't know if it's a hobby. I could probably do some physics experiments or lectures, that kind of thing. I also go for pretty decent sized walks from time to time, but not quite like marathon, like running. I'm not in a hurry. But there's a lot of board games that I'll play for an extended period of time. I really like some tower defense video games, and that'll eat up a day pretty quickly if I get stuck in that. So
yeah, for me it would be gardening. That's where I just like lose all track of time. And I'll just go to the garden to water the plants, and just hours later I'm still there observing and weeding and just finding things to look at and things to do. And it sounds like that was there were other people who had gardening and a lot of crafty activities like quilting and crocheting, knitting, things like that. And I just want to thanks everybody who was following on the YouTube chat, and I would encourage you to find, I don't know what time was it, I did say it out loud, but there was a time you got to go back and watch Aaron and Sophie and see how Aaron very delicately removes his triangle puzzle from the table as in a whoosh towards the couch, and just see it like crumble.
It was probably the kindest yeet I've ever seen of a puzzle.
And also watch it 3 hours and 50 minutes when Anna Roos is juggling with her hands and feet. I would encourage you to check that out as well. Okay, so there's still... Okay. If you're still counting, that's fine. It looks like I'm still missing some people, but I'll end the live stream here. And yeah, if you're still counting, no worries, just take your time. You can just pop that into the website as we're going. But it's, yeah, Jim, you have been up since like 4 in the morning, so I don't want to hold you from breakfast and a nap. But thanks so much for being willing to commentate a 4-hour live stream with me. It seems a bit crazy, but somehow we did it and we had a good time.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's always a blast. I get a kick out of doing it. Thanks, Michelle.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jim. Thanks everyone on YouTube who's been commenting and watching the action with us, and of course to all our participants for testing their endurance. And yeah, we'll see you on sometime next week for the next competition.
Catch you on the flip side.
Thanks everyone.